welcome to the Vine Realm. Hi, everyone. Hi. Let me say hi to all you fellers and fellas. Hi, Saya. Hi, Ty. Hi, Shirtle. Hi, Pan. Hi, Leon. Hi, Reaper. Or do you want to go by Edgelord? Hi, Daya. Hi, Hep. I'm not a Funko Pop. Mods, seize him. Throw him in the dungeon. Throw him in the dungeon, mods. Yeah, I was thinking about using this model to react today. Because Saya had mentioned that it would be fun if I could watch the video like schwa. I watched the video. I too am watching the video with you. Also now, I can look at you. It's pretty messy in this chat. Too much pan in here. You guys gotta clean up. Hi. This is your U2's avatar? How dare you? This is just how... No, how dare you? How dare you? No, this is my 3D model. I've shut it off before. One day I'll get full body tracking or figure out how to move my arms, but they kind of can't move right now. Don't worry about it. How dare you? I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get that guy. Mod this model into Triforce Heroes. Oh yeah! Yesterday we played a little Triforce Heroes, myself, Corey, and Pan, and it was a really great time. If you didn't get to, make sure to watch the VOD because it was actually a lot of fun. But I hope that you guys had fun watching too. Thank you for reminding me though. I need to go fiddle with my redeems before you guys start spamming them because there are quite a few that won't work on this model. And I don't want you to get sad. I also forgot to put up my force field. One moment. Let me fix that. Yep, that one won't work. That is one of the ones that won't work. That is indeed this one, and alright. I was just hoping it would work. It won't. It won't. Sorry to say, my force field. It's a man. There we go. Alright. We had a war, and we also got an item that was a hammer. Did we have fishing last? No, I'm pretty sure. Did we? I think I took it. I think I hit it. Oh, I turned off the redeem, so you can't fish right now anyways. Only if you like subscribe or gift subs would the fishing happen. But sorry guys. You know what? Since we're not in lore time. Yet. Oh, it's gambling. It's back. You can have a little fishy fish right now. Just a little fishy fish maybe. Let me hide it and make sure it's actually connected. Gamba? Go on, Daya. Gamble it all. I'll find it really funny. I did it, I won. Do it again. I bet you can't do it twice. Alright, there's some fishing. There you go. There you go, Leon. You could fish again. I would never. And you couldn't. I said you couldn't do it twice, and you didn't, and you couldn't. But yeah, today we'll chat for a little bit, and then we'll gambling and fishing in one stream. Rouge the Bat from Sonic Adventure 2, Ears Fig. Yeah, these ones wobble. Don't you love it? Don't you love it? Not that I couldn't, it's that I didn't want to. So that's what copium sounds like. Oh, damn. I tried out the new scenario in Uma Musume today. Oh boy, I've never felt like I've beefed something harder. Like it went okay. Don't get me wrong. I didn't lose, I won, I got an A+ racer, but I was staring at it like I did not min-max even a little bit. I just did it. I just didn't. gonna do my damnedest in this one because I kind of just fucked around and found out. Yeah, you run 30 plus, and I did run. I think I ran 27 or something like that, and I was just staring at it like, when do I get my stats up? My stamina is looking a little low. It's looking a little low. Again, this is my first time doing this campaign. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Do you run Rico? I ran Ogre. I ran my Ogre because she's a pretty standard one, so I was like, I might as well just learn how it goes with a horse I'm familiar with. Hans, I'm familiar with the support card. Oh. No, I didn't have those. No, I didn't have her. My girl failure boss. I forgot her name, to be honest. You must do things perfectly the first time you do it. Oh, Pan. So you're not a content creator, or what are we doing here, Pan? Are you just you're just built different, as Shirtal would say. I am actually pretty excited to react to Warhammer today. You're a girl winner. Girl winner, where's my girl dinner? I'm actually excited to react to part 2 today. I had a great time last time. And so far the YouTube commenters seem to be vibing. They didn't mind the fact that I paused 1 billion times. So that was nice for me. Dilt more different. Every day I spend with you, Shirtal, I come out a little more brain rotted, but a little more whimsical. So thank you for really reforming my brain chemistry. Hi, Shinobi! Oh my gosh, you're real? All it took was Warhammer? I'm so happy to see you. Just kidding. It's nice to see you. I hope you've had a good week. It's been too long. Would y'all be interested in my latest baking rant? Hi, Corey from Sunnyvale. I would love to hear your latest baking rant. Come here. I only got a bit. Oh, well, it's nice to see you for however long we have you, and I hope you have a great rest of your night. You had a questionable date today. Spill. Only if you're comfortable. You don't have to talk more about it if you don't want to. I really like mochi, Suzune. Thank you. Yeah, the artist for this also rigged it, Welloy. Go follow today on Twitter. I love them so much. It was such a pleasure to work with them. I really want to work with them again. One day when I have money. Oh yeah, I quit my job last year, and I gave myself a year deadline to see if this was like a viable thing. Otherwise, I was gonna go back into the workforce. I think we're doing a great job. I'm really proud of our rate of growth, and personally, and like as a content creator and yada yada. I probably will start picking up part-time hours just to have a little extra cash. But I don't think I'm gonna go back into the full-time workforce or anything. I just want a couple hours here and there. The good thing about the usual thing I work in is that I can determine my own thing, usually. Work part-time at a Warhammer store? Hello? Man, if I could find that. I saw that there was a Japanese company hiring people to watch VTubers. And, hello, I'm here. I'm ready. I already have to watch VTubers every day for my VOD editing anyways. Hand it over. I'll watch more. I already stared at a screen for way too long. No, just because I was up until 7 a.m. this morning. Playing Sunhaven with Uhu. You think just because of that, you think I stare at my screen for too long? I think it was 6 a.m. I don't know. It was between 6 and 7 when I went to bed. And Pan, if you say anything about those numbers, I will get into the screen and kill you. Without me, you were gone. You were a sleeper. You made me delete my message. Good, I love that for me. Wonderful. When you hear my Kamiyoshi, so I'll be able to help you out a bit. Ah, thank you, Ty. That's so sweet. I'm really glad that you guys really enjoy these streams. I saw Saya's message at the beginning of the stream being like, another day at the Suzune factory. I was like, yeah. Yeah, that's how. Here I am again. Here I am again on my own. Did Corey say their baking rant? I'm still waiting. Don't worry. I'm locked in. I'm waiting. I'm doing a great job, but I need to look into saving my money. My money. I'm alright. I'm scrolling up to see if I missed any messages. You didn't even ask, but yeah, I was sleeping and apparently going on a questionable date. Are you going to tell us about that one as well? I don't think I ever saw your message responding to me. I'm once again asking for your support. God, the problem, I spend a lot of time with Huigi now, which is not a problem, is a solution. She vocal stems just every 30 seconds. So I have started vocal stemming too much. And the problem is it's like ridiculous things. Like Corey streamed the Tomodachi Life demo for us, and Corey was making herself and editing with the voice thing. So we just heard, "My name is Corey. My name is Corey. My name is Corey," over and over. So now vocal stems to that and just periodically goes, "My name is Corey." It kills me. Or there was one video I think you sent her, Saya, where it was a grandpa who goes, "I think there's somebody sneaking up on my potatoes." I've heard that about 27 times this week. I've heard that one. Can I be a god yet? This mortal shit is hard. You think it's not hard being a god? You think, I don't want to do this anymore, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Hopefully you will like the 100,000 bells I'm saving for you to sing. What am I gonna sing? What am I gonna sing? I'm scared. I'm surprised who was allowed to talk past midnight. She had to go periodically in and out of talking, yeah. I think she's found a little corner in her home, her burrow, her rabbit burrow, where she can occasionally mutter in our ears. Also, she fixed her mic, so she's picked up a lot easier, which is nice. Sounds like somebody's breaking in. Where? My name is Corey. I sent Uhu daily brain rot vocal stim too, so you're the reason. You're the reason she's brain rot stimming about every 30 seconds I speak to her. It's hard in a different way. That is true. It wasn't that bad, but we went to an arcade, and when we got there, she was like, "I don't like the crowd and being in the city," and I was like, "Since when and why did you agree to come to the city?" And it ended like 2 hours early. 2 hours? The date was still... Oh, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. Shit, we could go out to Waffle House together. Oh. I hope you guys report about your date together. I can't wait. Now, I'm not gonna read that, Pan, because I feel like you just wrote that specifically so I'd read it. I was referencing Call of Duty Black Ops 2 Zombies. When you said, it sounds like someone's breaking in? What do you... And you have to pay for a meal, so like... You didn't even eat together? Wait. You guys didn't even eat together? So you just went to the arcade and then left? Oh my god. Bro. You offered food? This is rough. Have you considered Final Fantasy 14? Not for dating. Just Diamore. Yeah, have you considered hit game, critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy 14? Guys, I need to get back on that too, but it costs money. I'll consider it my motivation also to get some part-time work. I need to go back through the bureaucracy of it all. Get myself back into the system. Have you considered Plants vs. Zombies? You not only need to get back on it, but to progress the story. The music. This music? Okay. I will turn it down. Pan's lying. Is it too loud? It's so low. It's okay, her stomach was also upset, so that's part of it, but I was like, that was interesting. Oh. Well, I feel like I understand. I feel like the graceful thing to do if your stomach's upsetting you, but like, I'm really sorry. I can't go out for food today, but I would love to go out a different day. Like, showing that you're still interesting. Or interested, but like, remorseful that you can't go today. You know what I mean? If anyone ever wants to... You're not ugly, Tide. I believe in you. But yes, give me your dating stories. As long as you guys are comfortable sharing. Again, don't share anything you're not comfortable with sharing with the internet. And no identifiable info. Don't share specifically where you went. Just vaguely, like saying we went to an arcade is good. It's loud for you? You youngsters and your loud trap music. Get off my lawn. Pan, is everything okay over there? It's so low. You know what? We can do a tiebreaker. Hep hep. Is the music too loud? You usually are the one I defer to volume-wise. I'll date anything. That's a date anything reference. And you know what? Respect. I love date anything. I really need to get back to it with Corey. The problem is anytime we specifically try to schedule date anything, Corey seems to explode. I have to like sneak up on her. I'll try sneaking up on her once. Oops. Let me allow that. Automod was being a dick. There we go. I made a 85% hydration sourdough pizza dough the other day, and it was the hardest piece of shit to get to develop. I think it was piece of shit that Automod got mad at. To get to develop some gluten strands with how hard it was to handle. Forget the folds. Making the dough balls themselves was a nightmare. Once the balls came from the fridge, they were quite easy to handle with enough durum flour. Ooh. It's delicious. Would recommend just do it with 75% hydration. 85% was too much. For first timers, 65 to 75 to 70%. Oh, thank you for sharing your rant. I have no idea what durum flour is. And you're so brave for the sourdough. I've seen so many sourdough fail videos that scare me, and I'm like, that would be my ass. I would open it up and it would be like completely hollow inside, and I'd just stare at it and be like, what did you do? What did you do? Where did it go? Oh, sorry. I was dying for a second. Yeah, she handled it well, but she should have canceled. That's also true. That's a good point as well. If you felt too bad to like properly go on a date, you should definitely postpone or cancel. But then it's tricky because like depending on the person you're dating, if you cancel last minute, some of them, that's like they get really pissed about it. Which like, granted, I don't want to be dating someone that does that. So like for me personally, if I go, hey, my stomach's upset, I don't want to go. And they're like, well, fuck you. I'm like, oh, great, I saved some time. But she might have gone through some previous experiences where it's like, people are like, you shouldn't cancel first date. You still gotta go even if you don't feel good. I'm just trying to think about it because like that might be why in her head she didn't want to cancel. Also because sometimes people take it as like a discouraging thing. Like, oh, you're not actually that interested if you canceled first date. I don't know. But yeah, generally I agree. You should. And if the person gets upset with you, they're not for you. But that might have been her only thought process of like, I don't want him to think I'm not interested. Maybe I'll try to tough it out. That's me giving her grace that maybe she doesn't deserve. But that would be the thought process, I think, maybe. But that doesn't mean that's something you have to that doesn't mean it's something like if like you didn't like it. If your opinion is like, hey, I would rather you just tell me if you're not feeling well, you could also communicate that and be like, hey, if you're not feeling well, by the way, we don't have to go. Like I won't hold that against you. I would rather you feel well when we go together. My basic thing would be more communication is always good. And if you guys do have a follow-up date, best of luck. I don't hold it against her. We shall see. Good, yes. I hope it was just a bad first date because she wasn't feeling well. And I hope you guys have a good second date. And if you don't, I mean, if you want to tell us the story, we can all have fun laughing about it together. But if it is a good second date, then you can laugh about your first date someday, you know? Best of luck. I have I have the tummy rumbles that only hands can satisfy. That is a llama reference. What does that mean? I'll give you my dating stories. Okay, hand them out. Starts listing out dates on a calendar. All of my dates have been amazing, to be honest. So, Pan, we out here lying? You out here lying? I'll give you more updates if it keeps going. Yes, you guys want a picture of my front lawn and my address? Yeah, go ahead and send it to me, Soupy, because you keep insinuating I know where you are and what your name is, and I don't. So just go ahead and fully dox yourself in my DMs. Or Waffle House. This is why we need TTS. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about setting up a TTS bot. I know the problem is I know they're like the first most easily abused thing on the stream, obviously. Technically I do have TTS, but it's in what is it? It's in one of the plugins and you have to pay money for it. So I'm like, you know what? If you really want it, it's out. Kasaya's done it with the parrot thing. If you really want to use it at the moment, you gotta at least give me some money. Fork it over. But I would like to set up a TTS thing. I'll out you all I want. It would be fun. So I know Pan has one, so I might pester you at some point, Pan, to set one up. Wow, my bad. I would be so down. Just say when. Ooh, you guys are doing a boys trip to Waffle House? Have fun. Should we take Pan with you? He needs social interaction. It's true. Same here, Susan. I'm not strong enough for sourdough. It's not just me. It's not. I'm not alone. Low-key's sick dates where they bring you soup and you watch 3 seasons of The Walking Dead together are sick. Wait, you're so right. Because if I was like, I'm not feeling well. I'm so sorry. I think we need to postpone. If you offered to like take care of me, depending on the level of sickness, obviously. Depending on the level, I might be like, no, don't come here. I don't want to infect you. But like, if it's just like, just feeling bad enough where I'm like upset that I can't go and you come over to take care of me instead, obviously ask first. That would be so sweet. I would remember that for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? I mean like cold. Yeah. My dates have been when and where they want because they are usually ones who take initiative. And you heard it here first. Pan likes being girl bossed / boy bossed / gender neutral bossed. What's a gender neutral form of girl boss? And if you say it's just boss, it's disgusting. No, I don't like that. The flavor's wrong. Yeah, and there you go. And there soup goes. And there you went. I don't think I need soup someone brings me on a first date. I would. We could go to a soup restaurant. Just like a restaurant with nothing but soup. Everyone is interested in a shinobi. He plays League. This is a copium reference. A copium reference? Hi, Waffles! So nice to see you. Welcome in. I came in good timing to hear some tea. We love a little tea around here. Only the fun kind of tea, though. Just a little, how do I know more ancient YouTube than you with this reference? I honestly didn't spend a whole lot of time on YouTube in the ancient days. I don't know. It's not like I was anti-YouTube or anything. It's just nothing really caught my eye. I feel like a lot of the people I watched more as I've gotten older. And it's like I can... Because back in the olden days of YouTube, it was very chaotic, which was like very nice. The lawless land. But that was never... I get easily overstimulated, so that was never super my cup of tea. Again, no tea, no shade, no pink lemonade. To each their own, but I've never been super into the off-the-walls chaotic energy. Yesterday with Triforce Heroes was about the level of chaos I enjoy. I doubt Pan has ever been on a date. Oh. Damn, why do you think I'm lying? I think you've been on one date, Pan. I win here. Sending you my lawn, thank you. Oh, I have a message. Oh, it's from Sue. Is this actually your lawn? I won't share it because, you know, there's people out there with like geoguessing freaks and I don't want you getting doxxed. But it's literally like, just imagine a green rectangle. That's all it is. It's just a green rectangle. not even very, like, oh my god, there's absolutely nothing here. No, it's so, like, because people have plants, Soup. They have shrubs, they have flowers, they have gardens, they have, so if they don't, sometimes they have, like, lawn chairs out there. You have a bare green rectangle. It's taken from that. It's crazy. Thank you for this picture. I love it. Who would ever abuse a streamer, Dave? I don't know, Pan. I don't know. Pan has a TTS. He should learn about Legos. He does have a TTS. It was called the Texted Dud or something. Scrolling. Pops out of the closet. Hey, you were sick, so. Oh. Tee-hee. Boss, but pronounced with an accent. Bouse. Like mouse? I love this. Hello, it's me, Suzune AVT, unknown reference. Why are you SCPing me? Why am I becoming a cryptid? Nothing but soup. Appetizers, soup. Dessert, soup. Furniture, soup. Waitstaff, soup. It's all soup all the way down in the soup restaurant. Sourdough's not scary. You'll learn along the way. Not all breads need to be perfect. Sourdough's just natural yeast. If you bake enough sourdough, become useful and tasteful enough that you'll start one/get one. I highly recommend getting one since they're more likely to survive forgotten feeds. Okay. Maybe I'll start out my sourdough era. Maybe it's time, guys. Maybe it's time. Honestly, have you guys ever seen Sourdough Starter? It's kind of wild. Like, it's constantly, like, moving and living and breathing. It's like having a pet that occasionally you take some of it and you bake it. It's absolutely wild. I might have to miss the stream as my grandma made dinner and I kind of want to hang out with her, and I would guess Boss B, like NB. That's so close to Boss Baby, though. If I say that, Pan will immediately start saying Boss Baby. But I hope you have a great time with your grandma. Enjoy dinner. What did she make? And can I have some? I cut it myself. I can tell. Oh, have fun, Shinobi. Have a great night. Facing the road, the shrubberies away. I don't believe there's any shrubbery. Dud bear? Da-da-da-da? You shall be missed. You shall be. Where's Susan Mario? There is no Mario for this model. So sorry. So sorry. A different day, Waffle. A Mario another day. Honestly, our landscaping needs help. We need to plant more stuff. Some flowers would be nice. Native flowers, especially Gamble, and you lost it. And you lost every single bell. It's literally like keeping a pet. Oh. Okay. You're making me actually want to do it now. I love a little sourdough pet. Pet you can put in the fridge for a week with one feeding. Ooh, that's how people feel when they have plants. They're like, it's kind of a pet. I water it, but not too much or you die. It's alright, I can make another 1.6 mil easy. How? You have 0 bells currently. How are you gonna make any? You have none. She made country fried steak, mac and cheese, homemade not craft, and green beans. I love this. Alright, hand it over. May a poor beggar ask for a coin. Is that why Corey sleeps 80% of the day? She's getting in the roll plant. Yes. Corey sleeps 80% of the day, primarily because she keeps her air conditioning so incredibly high that the second the cold air hits her, she's just knocked out. She keeps it so incredibly high that sometimes just knock ice crystals out of her air conditioning. And I go, Corey, you have to turn that down. You can't be having ice in your air conditioning. Please, Corey. I will give you exactly 1 bell, Soup. Is it set points? Soup on toasty 1. Is this how I do it? You get 1. Now gamble your way to... Yes? What's up? What's up, Soup? It just makes it more efficient since it's already cold. I get that's horrible for plants. Well, that might be why Corey's always asleep. Can I have Soup's 1 bell she just lost? May a poor beggar ask for a coin? Well, Daya very graciously gave you some. Yeah, let me give you. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Saya. I'm getting a soft lock. There's a cooldown, Soupy. Give Saya one. There you go. It's hard to kill a sourdough. The ones I once went 3 weeks without feeding it and she came right back to life with 2. Aw. Did you name your sourdough starter? You said she. That's so cute. As long as it's an old starter. Yeah, I've heard that like the older the starter, people tend to like prize them more, especially if it's like, sometimes people go so far as to like pass it down in their family. Like, this is starter's been in our family for 100 years. Which is always so cool. I gotta start one. And then I can pass it down if I ever have children. One day I'll be a grandmama and say, this is my starter. They hate me. Yeah, try one more time, Soupy. I'm pretty sure there's a cooldown of a minute. You kind of have to, like, pace your gambling. Oh, it's working. Hi, Grima. Yeah, we're doing a little gamble. So for the song, I'm thinking of doing Never Gonna Give You Up or Don't Stop Believing. Ooh. I do like both of those. Have a great night, Ty. I hope you have a great time with your grandmother. Thank you so much for stopping by. Damn, Shirtal. Climbing up the rankings. All right, I think it's about time we start getting into Warhammer mode. Which does mean I have to turn off fishing. So get your fishing in while you can. As Grima shows. I'll do a little recap before we transition over. So last time we did Warhammer React, we did part 1 of, oh, let me send the video as well. We give us the lore you remember in full detail. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Let me just pull up his video for no specific reasons, not to look at the chapters to remind myself or anything. So the first time I watched it, yeah. So Warhammer 40K, right? First of all, you'll never believe this. We're in space. We're in space. Secondly, is off memory, so it can't be wrong. You're right. I'd sneeze one moment. See you, Ty. Though those stars are more resilient there. Mine is called, Finnish. I can't pronounce that. Hella. Finnish for gentle / loving. That's so cute. Aw, I love to hear this. All right, Bricky, let me pull up the video. So I do remember he gave a general overview of everything, which I won't go over. It took me 45 minutes just to understand it. I can't recap. We learned about the Necrons and the Necron tiers. The Necrons were originally, they were kind of skeleton people that were cursed to live very short lives because they were being radiated with horrible bone space cancer. And I'm already forgetting. Forgiving or forgetting. An elephant never forgets, but nor does it forgive. And so they tended to live very short lives, and they were help. I forget exactly why, but they were up against the old ones for some reason. I think they went up to the old ones and they're like, hey, please. And they were like, LMAO, LMFAO, no, go die. So then they teamed up. It's been a week. They teamed up with and I forgot the name. No, I can remember this. Was it Catan? Because I know Catan's in here somewhere because in my head I kept going Settlers of Catan. And I didn't want to say it. Catan? Yes. Catan. Okay. I think they teamed up with the Catan who were like, yo, we want to fight. We can help cure you, quote unquote. We can make you better if you walk into our horrible green space furnaces. And the leader of the Necrons, Zazik.
Listen.
Zazik, thank you so much for the follow. Akiva, welcome. A very trustworthy Catan named the Deceiver. Yes, the Deceiver went, hey, walk into our space furnaces. It'll be so chill. And the leader of the Necron, I believe his name is Zazik. I liked him. I wanted to chill with him. Was like, yeah, let's all walk into the space furnaces. Let's do that. And so they walked into the space furnaces, and what happened was that the Catan ate their souls. Went, here's all your souls. We're eating them. It did make them immortal, so they were no longer dying a horrible death, but they now don't have any souls. And they went from Necrons to Necron Tears. Is what they're called? I believe that's why they're called Necron Tears now. So they basically were horribly tricked and now kind of like enslaved by the Catan. So they helped the Catan fight against the old ones. The old ones are dead. No more. And then the Catans went, what if we fight against each other now? What if I feel like I still want a little bloodthirst. Let's fight against each other. So they started fighting each other, and the Necrons went, it's our time. Let's get out of here. So then they seized their opportunity to break free and kill the Catans. And then I know you love that picture of my lawn, but I must delete it. Oh, very well. This is Miss Space Magic Frogs said, and I missed it. We may be able to give immortality to people, but we can't cure space cancer. It's true. Are you watching the old Bricky videos or the re-explain? The re-explain ones. I'm watching the re-explain ones. Other way around. Necron tier to Necron. To be fair, it's Warhammer. Ah, thank you. I swapped them in my head. I was like, it was either Necron to Necron tier or Necron tier to Necron. They lost a tier when they lost their souls. And now it's stored forever in my brainwaves. So then they fought the Catan and won. And then they went, oh shit, this world's kind of fucked up. What if we take a little nap, a little space nap? And they went into hibernation, essentially, to like wake up to a better world. And I just found that really funny that they fucked shit up and then went, time for a little nap. Except for Zazik, I remember also went, I cursed all of you with this. This is all on me. I'm gonna go sit in the space in a void and banish myself. And now he's in a void, and I wish for my man to be free. I miss him. Say his name again. I need to giggle. I know. Zazik. Is it? No, I've been saying Zazik. That's Sasuke. What? Sawtek. What? Zazik. I don't know, man. Zazik? What? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Not that. Now, you can try a lot of things on me, Soup, but I won't fall for that. Alright, so then we moved on to... I'm not checking or anything. I would never check anything. Just to double check what came after Necron. It was Chaos. We learned about the Chaos Gods. Yes, I remember now. Have a great night, Corey. Thank you for all the baking stories. Enjoy. So then we learned about the Chaos Gods. There was Korn, Nurgle. Ow. I just hurt myself really bad. Korn, Nurgle, and the third one. Everybody's favorite. That I don't even need to remind Tzeentch. There you go. Liza's favorite. Korn was the god of like murder, blood, but also skill. Tzeentch was the god of, I keep thinking mischief, but it was like deceit and lying and all that, but also hope and change. I think able to remember Tzeentch's name is exact. You know, what can I say? And then Nurgle was kind of like the god of pestilence and rot and decay. Magic from my horror game. Magic for Zinj? Then there was... Oh, right. And then they were talking about the fourth god, so then we started learning about the Eldari. So we learned originally what they were kind of about. Space elves with interesting fashion. Say magic in a silly way. Oh, magic. Yeah, from Homicipher. Magic. Wow. I forgot the other phrase we did in Homicipher in the dictionary. It was magic and you suck. That was it. I love this that game. Anyways, the Eldari, the space elves with interesting fashion and huge asses, who were super duper cool and could basically make themselves stop aging just by being like, what if I didn't age anymore? And they started going into decline basically because they wanted more and more and more, and the sheer decadence of it all spawned a new chaos god called Slanesh, which was the chaos god. Epic Frank Bro stops your aging. They kind of just spawned a new chaos god, Slanesh, by overindulging and being overly decadent about everything. So Slanesh is when I think about going and eating another cognac jelly right now. That's if I did that, Slanesh would eat well tonight, and I can't do that because I don't want to feed that god. Halfway through stream, but I already ate one today. I can't do it. No, I gotta be good. I already ate too many yesterday. I gotta be good. I ate 3 yesterday, Saya. I can't. I ate 3 yesterday. We all make mistakes. Just consider one of them as my second one for today, and it's evened out. I'll eat one today. I already ate it, and then I won't have any more. There you go. So basically, Slanesh came in and just started kind of slurping all of them up, essentially. And so the Eldari split into 2 different factions, one of which was the Craft World Eldari, which, if I'm honest, I kind of need to rewatch that section at some point because I feel like they stuck the least in my head. I feel like they were kind of like the least remarkable, but basically they're just trying to do their best to stay alive. And then there was the Drukhari, who are the other faction of the Eldari, who are trying to stay alive away from Slanesh by, checking my notes, causing every other person in the world more suffering to feed Slanesh. Craft World Eldar equal elves who did bad stuff and said, hey, we are scared away from this, while the Drukhari went, hey, we are into this. Yeah, exactly. This is all leading up to you not having 2 on a day you need it. No, it's fine. No, I will withhold so I can have 2 on a day I need it. So yeah, the Drukhari they're keeping Slanesh from eating them by basically making other people taste better by torturing them. Then we got to the Imperium of Man, which, if I'm being so for real, I was the least interested in. It was interesting learning about the Emperor and everything and how we got to where we are. It led into the Adeptus Mechanicus, which of course is the technology worshipping cult who believes that there's a machine god and all machines have souls. And they saw the Emperor and went, hey, that guy's our Jesus. A goddess not interested in mankind, more likely than you think. No! I'm falling victim to the trope! No! So, right. So the Adeptus Mechanicus worships machines, has a lot of rules for what's considered heresy and what's not. But basically, if you try to invent new technology, that's heresy. They follow these blueprints. I don't remember the term for them. You're only allowed to follow pre-established blueprints in like this little thing. And there was a huge discovery where they found a new one, and then there was big honor for that, because it's like, oh my god, now we can have better knives. Because if you just tried to invent a better knife, they'd kill you. But they found an already existing blueprint for a better knife, and life was changed. Standard template construct. Thank you. The STCs. I know why I can't remember that term, because STC stands for something else in my head that I won't say. But thank you, Akiva. Right, the STCs. And they do a lot of horrible things to people that I also glazed over because I don't really enjoy the torture and brutality of it all. But they did support the Emperor because, again, they viewed him as their Jesus. Yep, that's what STC means to me. It's Suzune talking croissant. Croissant. Then we got into the part of the Imperium of Man that I'm not really interested in, which is the Imperial Guard, the Imperial Knights. There's like a billion different factions of them. I do remember there was the Thunder Templar? The Thunder Guard? I think it was the Thunder Guard. Who were just like cool guys, but a little Thunder Warriors, yeah. They were cool guys, but the Emperor didn't think they were cool enough and they got killed. And that was fricked up, dog. That was fricked up. He killed them. They weren't cool enough. He killed them. And then he started making Space Marines, which are so... yeah, boy. Everybody's fave, the Space Marines. I don't really have anything against the Space Marines. It's just, like I said, the hardest part about having humans in sci-fi is just that usually they get the short end of the stick for anything interesting going on aside from humans. Their number one feature is that there are so many of them. We will always have so many humans. A war by attrition. And again, I like character stories, so they don't really get too many character stories because their biggest feature is their numbers, so you don't really focus on each one because they're dead. I'm gonna love Space Marines too. She's gonna be like, my hubbies, my boyfriends. I'll be afraid to get attached to them because I feel like they're gonna die because they're Space Marines. And then there were a million factions of Space Marines. There were also Daddy's boys, the Emperor's children, the Primarchs. There were, oh no, and the reason I don't remember, sorry, I hit my mic. The reason I don't remember the number of them is because Bricky kept changing it. He said 20, then he said 19, then I think he said 17, and I don't know the number anymore. I do remember that one of his boys, 2018-19, I do remember that one of his boys gets a little crazy in the head, and he makes the dark version of the Space Marines, the Chaos version of the Space Marine. I think they're literally just called Chaos Space Marines. I was like, bestie, could we have... Horus, that was his name. I think. He went a little nutsy and decided, I'm gonna copy my dad's homework but make it all evil. It's more than one of them. Oh. And then the other Primarchs are heading their own factions. Horus had a little heresy and convinced half the brothers to defect with them. Oh. I didn't realize so many of them defected. Right, so that's what happened. Oh yeah, also all the Primarchs were scattered across the universe, I believe, at one point. And the Emperor needed help reuniting with his boys. I forget why that happened. I think that was all the way back in the overview, so we haven't really gone over it. Or did we? Oh shit. And then we ended the video with other way around. They got spread across the universe. The boys split up upon creation. Oh, okay. He then got them back. Yes, and Horus did a heresy. Why, Horus? Why have we done this? I think we're gonna learn about this in part 2. And then we learned about the Leagues of Votan, which this was the end of the video, so I was already having a lot of information overload. But I remember, they went, oh shit, there's about to be something crazy going on. We gotta get out of here. This was the age of strife after the technological revolution on Earth. And they went, we gotta get out of here. And they took the original AI. These are space dwarves. They took the original AI, fled to the galactic core. And then what they did was a funny little, what if we overload our copying machine and just continually copied themselves over and over and over and over and over again until the AI got overloaded, and now they have corrupted copies, clones going around. So they're a little fucked up, my League of Votan. They also do a funny little thing where they're like, let's not tell everyone what we are. It'll be so funny. So people are constantly, they view every single different variation of themselves as kin, but the humans look at them and see them all as different races, and most everyone in the universe doesn't really know what they are because it would be bad. They would be hunted down because they had the AI, is how I remember it. Chaos was like, these boys are too dank, and yoinked them across the galaxy. Oh, the Primarchs? Yeah. Leagues of phone tabs. Leave my phone tabs alone. The Spy Shenanigans Traitor Legion has a Primarch and 2 bodies, so they count as 1/2 depending on context. Okay. I will forget that, but thank you for the knowledge. I'll try to remember. I try my best to remember all this, but... Oh, right. Another thing about the dwarves was that they didn't look like people because... humans by now, the Emperor is like 24 feet tall or something, and the dwarves are very short and stout, and the humans looked at them and went, you're something else over there. You're something else over there. I don't know what you are, but you're not a human. The Leagues of Short Kings have robots who have full dwarvish rights. Ironkin. Don't forget my bald legion. I would never. I may not remember all the different factions of things, but that's my summary. How did I do? I know I forgot a lot of like little things, but how did I do? Unfortunately, I have a very context-heavy memory, so I typically only remember things if I like. It's kind of annoying because if someone says something, I'll be like, "Oh shit, I did know that," or if they like, remind me of the preceding events, I'll remember what happens after that. Pulling them out of my memory out of thin air is very difficult. You got the gist of it. Hell yeah. See, I was paying attention. Reading information about the Alpha Legion is just what the Alpha Legion wants. That's what they want you to think. Oh boy. Oh brother. Yeah, I need to rewatch for my own edification. I need to rewatch specifically the part about the Craft World Eldari. And I'm probably gonna rewatch Leagues of Votan. Just because I do remember certain parts of them. I think because I have to connect logic in my head as well, there were certain things that I'm like, why are they doing this? Watch a new 2-hour video specifically about those topics. I could do that. I know a lot of people have suggested more in-depth videos talking about things. That will explain them even more. The never-ending research help, girl. I'll never run out of React material. It only gets more complicated from there for Alpha Legion. Or does it? Yes, it does. Oh, Lord. When in doubt, react it out. True. So true. I do like the React format. And I'm definitely... Lord knows this is transformative content, considering I pause every 30 seconds. Speaking of reacting, a word from today's sponsors, Bricky. Thank you again to Bricky for allowing me the chance to react to his content. We are going to get into every single Warhammer 40K faction re-explained part 2. Where we're going to learn about more cool guys. Admittedly, I'm least interested in like Imperium of Man factions, but I know in this one we're going to learn about the Chaos Space Marines, which is pretty cool. The Dark Mechanicum, Adeptus Custodes, which I don't even know what that is. Orcs. We will be briefly sojourning to the Imperium with agents of the Imperium. We'll be learning more about the Adeptus Sororitas, the Battle Nuns, I believe. And the Tau Empire. I didn't even talk about the Tau. I don't remember anything about the Tau, though. That's the problem. I remember that they exist. And that's about it. Oh, and Tyranids, Eliza's favorite, and the Gene Stealer cults. That's not gonna be good. That's not gonna be good. But yeah, it's pretty hard summarizing a 2-hour video, but I think overall we kind of nailed it overall. All right, let's get into part 2, which is going to be, let's see, an hour and a half. Last time it took us 6 hours to get through a 2-hour video. Let's see how long it takes us to get through an hour and a half. Try. All right. Let's turn me this way. Guys, I'm gonna watch with you. Don't even worry. I'm watching with you, bestie. Make me a little bigger. Here we go. You guys ready? You ready up there? We're gonna do a sound test. I know last time I did this, the thing about audio levels is it sounded good on my, it sounds good on my phone, the sound levels, but I definitely had the video a little too quiet last time. I don't know why things are always louder on the phone and not as loud on the computer, but that's where we're at. So we're gonna have him a lot louder.
This video is part 2 in a 2-part series on every faction re-explained. If you've not seen part 1,
How are these
you were either
levels?
snatched by the YouTube algorithm,
He sounds
or
good?
you don't let anything, not even...
All right, if he sounds good, let me back up because I wasn't listening to him. My bad. And we go! Off we go!
This video is part 2 in a 2-part series on every faction re-explained. If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the YouTube algorithm, or you don't let anything, not even common sense, hold you back. And for that, well, I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the Primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was. Whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition, the giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway. The Primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. Rabute Gilliman of the
Somehow, Bridgard managed to record Discord notifications into his voiceover. There are only a few. Don't worry. Just didn't want y'all to be confused. I was gonna be like, who's messaging me?
The Ultramarines rose through the ranks of his worlds and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father.
Right, Moon Knight.
When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first, and some didn't trust the baseball bat he was carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together as one happy family. A family who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near? Well, clean that man right back up with the power of Cheeky. That's right, the brand new moisturizing bar.
Oh my god, I couldn't figure out it was an ad first.
And Bricky approved.
I literally thought this was part of the universe.
Soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss. But now
I was like, what?
To the surprise of Lehman Russ. Cheeky soap.
I've never heard of this sponsor before.
We didn't even take a down payment for the sponsor. That's right.
What?
We love this soap so much. We are operating on.
Yeah, he is. I didn't even. I really, literally had no idea.
And only by those of you who buy Cheeky. It is the best bar soap we have ever
Should I get this
used.
soap?
That is not a hyperbole. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Take it from the man himself.
Bricky's right. It's very good.
Enjoy a
I got
multitude
Charlie.
of flavors, including
If you do put it on
lavender,
throne,
Pope
and I'll get Dad some
Francis,
too.
Just Soap, Touch
Ooh.
Grass, and absolute
Touch
cinnamon.
Grass.
Cheeky alone has made me
We gotta get it.
back to bar soap as my
We gotta
primary
get it.
choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to usecheeky.com/Bricky or code Bricky for 10% off your purchase and domestically support these videos.
Chat,
That's code Bricky at
it's time.
usecheeky.com/Bricky or click the link in the
Use
description
code
to learn more.
Bricky.
Get clean now.
Damn, bitch. You live like this?
Oh, yeah, so half his sons turned on him.
Oh.
After the Emperor was able to bring all of his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found, allegedly, which was Horus.
What?
Horus was granted the title.
What do you mean allegedly? What happened to the first son, Bricky? What did Horus do? Did he eat him? Of the 1819, they split evenly, sort of, and had a game of flag football. Oh my god, look, it's Horus! He's so not gonna go evil. I love that for him.
Found, allegedly, which was Horus. Horus was granted the title of War Master, and he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy. Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe. To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would omit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However,
So Horus found out about chaos gods and went, Daddy didn't tell me about these? And then he crashed out so hard he turned evil? Oh. Why did that... Why did that make him... It's all while being drip-fed lies. Oh, okay. I was like, I guess I couldn't understand why that would make you crash out. But if you're being drip-fed lies and then you find out you have been lied to for hundreds of years, yeah, I could understand a crash out. Never mind. I get it. He got stabbed. Oh my god. So remember how the final legion is called the Alpha Legion? I don't know that. His daddy didn't lie. He just omitted. Oh, from his subordinates who lied to him for hundreds of years. One of his subordinates lied. And then he found out his father omitted, like, a big part of how the galaxy worked. Horus got a mind dagger, too. You are a psyker. You have a mind dagger. Which was a chaos artifact. Oh, so to recap, Horus was being gaslit for hundreds of years by one of his subordinates, stabbed with a mind dagger, and then found out his daddy didn't tell him about the big bad chaos gods. Okay. And a brother. His brother also lied to him. Horus had it rough, man. You know what? I get the crash out. Okay, all right, let me back it up a little bit.
To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would omit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy.
Never idolize your parents.
He soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him, he began to change his tune. Horus began amassing a following behind his father's back with several other Primarchs and began to...
Now, if my son started dressing like this, I think I would know something was up. Like, not to blame the Emperor, but if your son comes to the family picnic looking like this, I think you gotta know something's up, all right?
Formulate plans to usurp him from his throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering of a protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers.
Wait, why did Horus FaceTiming his dad, which, first of all, very funny, Bricky. Just the image of, why did Horus the Red FaceTiming his dad break the protective barrier? Oh, sorry, did I say Horus? Magnus. I didn't think it was Horus. Why did Magnus, FaceTiming his dad, break the protective barrier? Is that he protected the... so, okay, to recap, Magnus FaceTimed his dad, broke the protective barrier, then the chaos demons... I like the picture of Nurgle up in the top left. Started attacking everyone, so then he had to sit on the golden throne. I think I also don't understand what the golden throne does. Magnus FaceTimed Dad through the warp, which broke through Daddy's firewalls he was setting up. Okay. What is the... Oh, is the firewall the golden throne? So then he had to, like, go sit on it to boost the firewall? Did we get the explanation of what the golden throne does? Am I stupid? You know, Kool-Aid Man, Dap at the wall is keeping demons out, so Dad needs to sit on the porch with a shotgun. Okay. All right. Understood. You know, Magnus, if you just hadn't FaceTimed your dad, none of this shit would have happened. Like, I get you're looking at Horace being like, ooh, Dad's gotta know, but I feel like your one FaceTime set off a series of unfortunate events. I just feel like you kind of fucked shit up. Oh, I've muted it. My bad. One moment.
Occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering of the protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers. Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the vengeful...
Do we know his old friend? Maybe Bricky's about to say it. I might. Sometimes I pause and then Bricky says it, and I shouldn't have paused. Malkador. Malk. Little Malk on the throne. I didn't realize Malkador was cool enough to sit on the porch with a shotgun. So he went, hey, take my seat. I gotta go beat up my kid for a second. There's a reason people say that Magnus did nothing wrong, because he was told to do nothing involving the warp, and then he did. Huh. Okay. All right. Back it up a little bit.
The Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on a subatomic level, but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there...
So that's why people keep telling me the Emperor is dead. So Horus was his favorite son? Please what? Back up and see the view.
His pale light.
Man.
And that...
What are we doing here? What's going on here? What's going on? Okay, so Horus was doing a little corruption. I do remember, yeah, Nosferatu. Horus was doing a little corruption. Emperor went, my favorite son, I gotta go beat him up. Sit on this throne for a second. Did sitting on the throne do anything to Malkador? Is he chill? Is he alright after that? He's alivened and deadened at the same time. Hi, Blood Moon Angel on YouTube. So nice to see you. Okay. I was about to say, is he actually dead? They said it's his corpse, but I feel like in Warhammer, they're never truly dead. Malkador is by far dusted. Malkador is one of the most dead characters in Warhammer. Oh. Emperor, I think you kind of killed your friend with that little throne gig. I was about to say, so is Horus actually dead? Okay, they said he obliterated him on a subatomic level, which for most worlds I would go, oh, so he's super dead. But I don't know. In Warhammer, they keep, like, putting their ancestors in crystals. So I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, just kidding. On the subatomic level, there's little particles out there, little quarks out there of Horus infecting people. Okay. So they fought each other. And the Emperor blasted him so hard, he's one of the most dead characters in Warhammer. But also Horus got a little stab in, and now they dragged his corpse up onto the throne to protect the Imperium of Man forever. Loki, if they ever find a particle subatomic, Horus may unironically come back. I think he shouldn't. I think his time here is done. Horus, just shh. Prove to us that someone can die in Warhammer. Don't come back. All right, let me back up a little bit.
Permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the...
Finally! It's so loud! Ow, my ears!
And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly. It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day.
Did he say half the factions? Wait, which factions fell? I know some of them. I know them if you name them. Which, you said half the factions, didn't you, Bricky?
At the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to...
Legions. Okay, my bad. My ass can't hear. I got these two big old ears and I can't hear shit. Thank you.
The ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have never been more free. After the heresy, the...
Welcome in, Viper Boy! So nice to see you, local world eater. Hey. You eating worlds out here? Hey, I don't know about that. I'm pro Necrons. I'm pro Necron tiers and Necrons. I don't know about world eaters out here. You kind of fuck my boys up. Perhaps I'll allow you to stay. Just kidding. It's lovely to have you. I'm learning about Warhammer very slowly. That was Star Eaters. Well, but what if the stars are my worlds? What are world eaters? What are worlds if not just big stars? I see. World eaters equal Chaos Space Marines. What I'm learning about right now? The red ones. So I was gonna ask briefly. So the Chaos Space Marines are Space Marines that went with, they're the ones that went with Horus, and they're living in the warp. Is that what they said? How are they existing in the warp without being, I don't know, dead? How are they not just exploded by the warp. The warp is an onion. It has layers. The ones that run around yelling, blood for the blood god. Is that where this quote comes from? Oh my god. I'm learning. I've heard that quote, blood for the blood god, so much. And now I finally get it. Okay, so they're in a part of the warp that doesn't just kill them. Understood. And they're still just kind of... I'm going to back it up a little bit because I think I got stuck on the idea of how are they alive in the warp? Don't forget skulls for the skull throne. Or in Sunhaven terms, corn for the corn god. You know? Wait. That is actually a Warhammer reference beyond blood for the blood god because corn. Oh my god. It's all making sense. All right. So also if you have a Pato in the warp, that'll give you protection still. Patron. I was like, what's Pato? You have a patron in the warp that'll give you protection still will mess you up a bit. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm catching up what you're throwing down.
The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though mauled and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have never been more free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos Undivided, either enjoying the power...
I hate balkanization. Oh yeah, welcome to all the YouTube chatters. It's so lovely to see you. Warp time shenanigans. Soup. Your bells. Warp time shenanigans means that it could be a significantly shorter period of time from their perspective. Oh. Yeah, part 1 is up on my YouTube channel. Now I'm not tainted. I'm completely sane. Mostly. Okay, so... the Space Marines under Horus... okay, I remember that the different... okay. Sorry. Rewinding in time. Primarchs were in charge of different factions of the Space Marines, and those Space Marines were utterly loyal to them. So the ones that were under Horus followed him through his corruption and became the Chaos Space Marines, and now, even without him, they're still carrying on his legacy of heresy, or are they just chaosing it up now? Are they just subject to their patron god's whims? Just trying to kill everything? There are 9 Chaos Legions, so 9 different names in Primarchs. World Eaters equal red, equal corn, equal Angron. Thousand Suns equals blue, equal Zinch, equals Magnus the Red, etc., etc. Horus is dead. So what happened to his Marines? His Legion, are they dead too? They kind of moved around. Oh, right, because it's not just... Right, because half his brothers... half his siblings went with him. So it's not just... it wasn't just Horus in the warp. It's also Magnus the Red and etc., etc. Understood. They became the Black Legion. Moved around in Chaos Undivided. Oh, okay. I keep forgetting for some reason that his... half of the Primarchs went with him. I keep forgetting that. I do keep thinking this was a solo Horus affair, and that is a problem. All right, half of them went with him. Magnus the Red went with him? That's crazy. He FaceTimed his dad, and they got yelled at so hard, he's like, I'm gonna go live in the warp. I'm gonna go do this now. Ugh. All right. Choop.
There's
a story to it, but basically... Okay. Also, this guy is... that guy standing up there? A little fucked up. Back up a little bit. I muted
The
you.
Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos Undivided, either enjoying the powers of all Chaos gods or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific Chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of Tzeentch, the Death Guard follows Nurgle, Slaanesh has their claws in the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of gaping mouths and plague-filled boils. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included.
Bricky, no. Don't bring attention to those, Bricky. I didn't want to see them. And now they're on my screen. Okay. So if they're part of a faction that follows a specific god, it's very obvious based on their whole appearance. But then the rest of them do Chaos Undivided, where they kind of just support Chaos in general, but have like that little hat said mixed feelings on the Chaos gods enough to not follow, to dedicate themselves to one in particular. Understood. Depends, yeah. Okay. He'll probably get into it, but this is a rhetorical question. Don't feel obligated to respond to it. But I wonder if there's one dedicated to Slaanesh. Oh wait, this is Slaanesh. No. Is this Slaanesh?
Bloodthirst and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slaanesh greatly. Due to the taint of Chaos, the...
What was the one I was forgetting? It's Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch. Did we see Tzeentch? Yes, we did. It was 1,000 Suns. It was the blue one. Yes, we saw it. We saw it. We're good. There's always one I forget, and it's usually Tzeentch. 1,000 Egypt? I thought it was thousands.
Mouths and patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of gaping mouths and plague-filled boils. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst. And
don't gaslight me, I'll believe it!
Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slaanesh greatly. Due to the taint of Chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications
I don't want to know about that.
The same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knights section, it mainly focuses on big stompy robots. Now that I understand
I remember them.
I can discuss the Code
They had a whole city on their back.
Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more
context
to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish, for once you understand the plight of their Primarchs, it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him.
Angron, why did you do that? Sorry, he shoved a chip into his brain so he only felt rage? No, he didn't. Oh, he had a chip shoved into his brain. Oh. Angron, I'm so sorry, man. I slandered you for 30 seconds, and that was too long. That's fucked up. My apology. You'll see. I'll have the Google Doc out as an apology soon. I'm so sorry. Wait. Sorry. You might be the first VTuber I've seen that just went, no pumpkin, no further info needed on that topic. There's a lot of things in Warhammer I go, yeah, I don't need to hear more. I don't gotta hear more about that. They started talking about, I think it was Drukari furniture. I might have mixed it up with Adeptus Mechanicus. It was either the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Drukari do horrible things to people that I go, I can hear less about this. I'm so good over here. I don't need to know about the horrible ways you can torture people. It was Drukari furniture. Okay. It was. I got it. His merch, very comfy, high quality shirt. Ooh, wait, I want one. I got Angron had every meaningful choice taken from him. Damn. I'm so sorry, Angron. I'll write up my twit longer apology. So was it a Dorito or Lay's Prongles, perhaps? What are you asking right now, Shirtle? All right, let me back it up. Sorry, Angron. My apologies. I just kind of assumed that you, like everyone else in this world, decided, what if I modified myself into a worse version? I'm so sorry.
Father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's
Slave gladiator.
masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain. So experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them outnumbered and on the verge of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die.
What the fuck? I was about to say, wait a second. That's the face I saw with the flickering light meme. You did what? That's horrible. That's fucked up. Somebody remind me to tell Suzune about the peace and comfort Gorn gained Angron that one time in recent years later, though. That's so He literally said, no, I wanted to fight with my friends. And then at their last stand, you teleported him away and make him watch all his friends. That's so fucked up, actually. A bit of a single-minded piece of shit. You know what, Emperor? Controversial. I'm glad you're dead. Half dead. Corpse. I'm glad. I'm pro Angron around here until he I'm pro Angron until he does something crazy. It's gonna happen. I can feel it. It's coming. But the crash out? Deserved. Alright? I would crash out too. I get it.
Kept that mule Corferon. Russ kept his kin friends. The lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into Legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the Warhounds and order them to battle?
Kill that guy.
Fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the lion's kin? The way he honored Corferon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron. Angron the Oathbreaker. Angron the Betrayer.
This is fucked up. We gotta kill the Emperor again. I don't know. I'm starting to think it. It's the reason people think the Emperor knew the heresy was inevitable and tried to stack the odds in his favor and make it so that the less useful, successful Primarchs would be the ones betraying him. Guys, we gotta kill the Emperor again. I don't think he's gone through it enough. We gotta get his ass again. I would be in the Chaos Legion. Oh boy, I would be in the Chaos Legions. I would literally be like, I don't want to be involved in this, and then Angron would be like, just tell me his story, and I'd be like, suddenly, take me to the warp. I gotta kill that guy. Get me in there. Good news, he's already dying eternally, and that's not enough. How do we make it worse? How do we make it worse, Shirtle? Get that guy out of here. I'm so sick of that guy. This guy? Who's this guy on my screen? Kinda hot.
Red Kurz lived as a lonely boy, scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant vision. Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor...
We have to kill the Emperor. We have to. Hi, Blair! So nice to see you again. We're doing part 2. I'm anti-Emperor. I don't know. Anyone coming in here saying for the Emperor, you're getting karate chopped in the neck by me. I'm gonna do it. We gotta kill that guy.
And the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is, why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation...
I just realized something. He said Magnus also. Why did Magnus FaceTime the Emperor at all? That's my question. Why did Magnus reach out to the Emperor and then cause all that trouble? Was he purposefully trying to... Oh, he was warning him. Hi, Prometheus! Welcome in. So nice Chaos Build based. I'm becoming Chaos Build. Listen, I gotta pick a Chaos God to worship. It's turning out. But the war cry for the Emperor is the Chaos Legion's call. It is? Imperium, the Imperium sucks. I'm just a Xenos fanboy. And I understand you. I'll send you the best video to explain this. This is why I wanted a trial where you 3 talk about Magnus. Oh, okay. So Magnus is like... Oh, okay. So his motivations with that warning call, people are debating. All right, Daya, you're getting karate chopped in the neck. Come here. I warned you. We're anti-Emperor around these parts. I'm going to back it up like 5 seconds, but everyone sucks in 40K to the point that a faction had to be retconned because they were coming off as too good. We got to make them suck harder. Wait, which faction? I'm so curious. I do know that morality generally veers towards bad. The Tau. Oh, the Tau that I only generally remember their name that we'll learn about more in this video. Okay.
And dedication, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a Demon Prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos God.
What? Why is Lorgar being stalked by a bird? My husband? That's Corvax? I couldn't remember the last name for a second. That's my hubby? Hell yeah. Get him. Unless you're pro-Emperor, we might have to divorce, Corvus. But also, it's kind of funny that you're stalking that man. Yeah, I'm backing up. You need that image? All right, one
by a bird, so...
Hey, Lorca, run. Wait, over here. There you go, you can have it. Hey, Lorca, run. The Primarch of the Raven Guard is called Corvus Corax. Ah, I misspoke a little bit. Also, the scientific name of the common crow is stalking you. What? Why? That's so... He's so iconic for that. Honestly, I'm so glad that my husband has hobbies. I'm so glad that my husband's keeping busy with his hobbies, but also why is he doing that?
He's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different...
Really hoping you guys didn't hear me cough. I had to mute twice, and I can't remember if I muted the first time. This is the same franchise that gave the Iron Hands Legion the Primarch Ferrus Manus and his flagship, the Fist of Iron. Oh, you can call Perturabo Peter Turbo. I will. I don't know what Perturabo is. I might have missed it when I coughed. Maybe I should back up a little bit. I was suddenly overcome with a coughing fit. Lorgar, let me smash. No, Chorus, Corax, go find Becky. All right, let me back it up a little bit. My bad. I was suddenly dying a little bit and tried to carry on valiantly, and it didn't work. My bad. Let me just I'll back it up here.
He's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo, was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all.
True.
It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most. It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos, breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends.
Bars. Honestly, I might be chaos build. I don't know. I do know. I'm chaos build. I get it. I'll retcon my own. It's true. I am a goddess. I could make my own. So far, based off Chaos Legions and Gods, not Nurgle. So sorry. Does disgust. Tzeentch is the one I like the most so far. I was thinking about it. I was like, no, Tzeentch is the one I like the most so far. Hi, Robite. So nice to see you. We're doing a little Warhammer lore react. So nice to see you. But yeah, I kind of get it. The only problem is I feel like my revenge would want to be targeted more towards the Emperor than just every... Well, I don't know. Because I think everyone has some level of blame. You know what? I don't blame him. I get it.
And it has failed us, most of all, by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here on Istvan 5, we begin the purge. From
I don't know if I
these
fully agree
ashes
with them, but
shall
I
rise
can
the new
get it.
kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves.
It won't work.
An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire.
They said we gotta burn it all down so we can do it better. The problem is, and I know this, and they don't know this, that won't work. Like, Just commit to burning it down fully. You could accomplish that goal, but if you really think you're going to make it work better, I could do this but better, it's not going to work. You're just going to become 2.0. It is not going to work out. Wait till you meet Hurdy Dirty Dad and the boys. Sure. Okay, but sure thought you better tell me when I meet them. Hi, Cauldron. So nice to see you. Nurgle affiliation is the Girl Failure Mold Tuber faction. Oh. I've never heard of Mold Tuber before. That should mean that's Eliza's version, but affiliation, but I don't know. I'm kind of feeling... I know a lot of Nurgle followers. Not real, but like people who like Nurgle. I've always wondered why. Because honestly, he's a little too disgusting for me to look at. I'm so sorry, but I do love a Zinch. Zinch followers try not to backstab each other every 5 seconds. Challenge impossible. It's true. Myself and Eliza, we both like Zinch. And we do famously stab each other in the back. I will leave that up to... I will live up to that stereotype. I don't know. I mean, I clean my ears. Aw. Juice. I feel you, Cauldron. You have one of the little camera ones? Whoa. I kind of want those, but I feel like the second I could see inside my ear, I'll, like, hurl. You're so strong. I bet you can get them really clean with that, though. Shirtal wasn't joking. You will meet Hurdy Dirty Dan and the boys. What do you mean? There's a guy in Warhammer called Hurdy Dirty Dan. You'll know. Oh, you'll know when you meet them. You'll know. Okay. All right. Zinch bugs me the way Nurgle bugs you. You know what? I get that. To each their own. If you mess up painting his models, they're just extra blessed by Nurgle. Oh, wait. I can kind of get behind that. Okay. Actually, Akiba, that's the most convincing argument I've heard thus far. Okay. You mean Slime Marbo. That's Hurdy Dirty Dan? All right, let's get in there. Hurdy Dirty Dan, I'm coming for you.
Naturally, however, as I have said before, Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting force in the Imperium. So it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins. The Code Chivalry is the sign
very
of the
loud
power
in a
of the
second.
Imperial Knights. But what about the...
My ears! The dark
The ruinous
Mechanicum.
powers claimed during the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of the once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more...
Oh, so you worship machines, but evilly. I understand. This is the tech priest. If they said maybe I can invent things by shoving a demon into it. That's kind of fire, though. Wait. Wait a second. Maybe I found my new faction. No, they're probably turning people into fucking lamps or something. 1 minute.
The name suggests is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms of the Chaos Space Marines. The seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early due to some of the Mechanicum not really seeing the Emperor as the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent and innovate.
Wow.
What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and activating them for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However,
Don't do that in your home. You will I don't care if you want to be the evil Mechanicus. You'll burn down your whole entire goddamn house. Don't do that. Don't overload. Don't put in a long-term extension cord. Either extension cords are not built to be used long-term. Do not have one set up. You will burn down your home. Let me scroll back up. Unironically, yes to the lamp thing? Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. The phrase demon engine is not metaphorical. Oh my god. I hope I'll see a demon soon. They put, hi, Thomas Tangerine. I like your name. So nice to see you. They put demons in their toasters for a more even burn. Oh, wait. That's kind of a fire idea, though. What if we can invent the Torment Nexus from the hit novel? Don't invent the Torment Nexus. The Dark Mechanic. I love them for that. Simpler than you think. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it won't be. I'm an extension cord. Is that why you're always burning down, Soup? Play more Rogue Trader. I will. Thank you for the plug. That's true. We are doing a Let's Play of Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader. I recorded it in the Discord, so if you want to watch it live, join the Discord server. Or if you want to wait for the edited Let's Play videos, I'll post that on my main YouTube channel soon. Pretty new to 40K myself. I was playing Tabletop Battletech, the MechWarrior Battletech franchise, while my friends and everyone else was into 40K. Darktide was my first step into the world, then I discovered Bricky. I've got a pretty decent grasp on the basics of the universe. I'm playing Rogue Trader right now after binging Inquisitor Martyr for a week. Oh. I started playing Rogue Trader before I started watching these videos, and I gotta say, I was a little confused. But this is helping make a lot of things make more sense now. I also do own Space Marines too, so apparently at some point I have to play that on stream. Alright, it slowly turns back. Know this, never mind, I'm turning back to you. What's up? I'll look right at you while you type it. What's up? Hatsune Miku existed and is a machine spirit. Of course she is. I'm the most devout follower of her. We're best friends. I don't know if you've seen the art of us boxing together. I have
Instead
it.
of being clear-cut and
Gotta back up a little bit.
Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However, instead of being clear-cut and more generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion
Here we go. Demon
of
time.
man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular cars and vehicles, the demon engines are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them living war machines.
Let's go!
Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a Warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the...
Did he say irritate? Repair and irritate? Did he say part of my job, rage baiting my machine to make it work better? It's gotta be nutty, but I feel like the game does a decent job of trying to get people that may be completely new to the universe familiar with some of it. Oh no, it's 40K Rogue Trader is pretty good at introducing the lore. It's just there's so much of it to learn all the time. Like they have all these little pop-up things and I click every single one of them and read all of them. It's just always a lot, right? So if I went in with a basic understanding of a lot of the knowledge, it would be easier. Gotta piss off the machine demon to make it harder. The Dark Mechanicum loves male-to-male extension cables. Help. The one in the background is called the Brass Scorpion. Oh, okay. I'll back up and look at it. Toxic Yaoi faction. Oh, you got it. I am a... Oh. Make the demon mad so it kills more. Yes, irritate. I want to be a professional rage baiter of my machine. I do that every day with my computer. It's not working out for me as well as it works out for the demon machines, but maybe I just need to throw a demon in my computer.
and siege-loving...
Alright, let me back up a little bit. Is this the bronze scorpion? Why is it a bronze scorpion? Why is this it's red. I only know what red is.
Of demons to make them living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a Warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory and easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium. Some lesser gods, like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In addition...
Oh, that guy looked so Disney core with his big old eyes. I love that for him. He's a guy. You can meet him later. Oh, okay. Vashtor, the evil god of contracts. He's chaos god of one-sided contracts. Not really, but really. I don't know, contracts pretty one-sided, even though you hope that they aren't, but you didn't read the small print, and now you've gotten your soul slurped up by a little chaos god working in a forge. That's how it goes. He's the chaos god of the military-industrial complex. Aww. That means I won't want to learn about him, but look at his big old eyes. He looks so hopeful. Damn.
Eternity. That's what you signed with blood and oil. In addition...
It's more industry, the less military. Okay. Saya's reassuring me because famously I'm less interested in anything military, which is why I wasn't super interested in the Space Marines. I'm more of a Xenos girly myself. I really like the Necrons. I really enjoyed them. He just makes military. So, okay, I can respect that. Okay, all right, you and me, man. He doesn't tactics and stuff. It's, hey, now you work for me. Okay, he's got some minions.
Much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology Knights with more corrupted weapons. The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and bring the machine to their will while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see...
Reduce, reuse, recycle. You love to see it. You know what? The efficiencies peak around here. He's a machine god, but everyone wants more machines. Oh, not the Omnisci, if there's a confusion. Okay. Not gonna lie, I did forget about the Omnisci for a minute, but here we are. It's back in my brain.
A demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see full corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists, and the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's...
Hey! Don't scare me like that, Shammy! Shammy, please! You just scared the shit out of me, dog.
Probably the same as it is on the Imperial side, as opposed to a beautiful knightly fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights here are horrifying and unpredictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories of the ancestors trapped within. An invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing. One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed via dropships the standard way, but Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep. A gigantic knight keep with like towers and stuff will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the Imperium.
So they hurl a whole ass castle at a place and then just trek the place up. That's kind of fire. I don't know, guys. I may be chaos pilled. I'm kind of liking the cut of their jib. The drama of it all, the prestige. You could do such a big, fun art project with a Chaos Knight. Ooh, I like where your brain's at. Hi, Perseverance! I like your name. If you want to watch Warhammer vids, I suggest the Pointius. Bricky isn't really the lore expert he seems to be. Oh, interesting. Controversy, drama in the chat. I have heard some people say, this is like a nice kind of like intro. And then if you want to get more in depth, I've been gifted a lot of nice videos to like go more in depth on some stuff, which has been really nice. But I do appreciate the way that Bricky breaks things down and makes it, what's the word? Easily absorbed by my little lizard brain. I like all the memes too. Like, I don't think I would have picked up on what the drop keep thing was unless he had that, but he had that picture of like that castle and that really helped. So it kind of helps as like a good starting point for someone who's completely new to it, like I am. And also, of course, you guys here being here to explain things is helping a lot as well. Wow, the key to these videos are not to get 100% accuracy, it's to enjoy the silly life and learn as she goes. That's true. The whimsy of it all, the whimsy.
Imagine what a warp-fueled version of this could look like.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
Chaos Knights have such a presence. The
yogurt. Alpha. 15 signs you're a yogurt male. Super rare. Is it better than alpha? God, I remember all those fucking videos going around like, no, it's actually better if you're a fucking Sigma than an alpha. What if you're a yogurt? 50 ways you're better than an alpha male. Full in depth would make a bad intro, and Bricky makes good intros. So true, Blair. I agree with you. This has been a great intro for me so far. The overview in the first video was the only part where I was like, oh, we gotta go step by step. I learned about Warhammer Fantasy first before 40K by Pancreas No Work. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Thank you for the recommendation. I want Suzune to learn about Eliza's ancestors, the Seraphon. I'm a Pangma male. Pan? Mods? Sees him.
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates in their tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp-debased platform, or perhaps a portal itself, or climb out of a pool of blood. As the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces of chaos and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse.
Good. We gotta get rid of him. We gotta let things get worse. I'm tired of this guy.
Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and
I missed them! Why did he die I should have known when he killed the Thunder Warriors he was a bad guy. I mean, I already knew it, kind of, but we should have killed him faster. There's also a chance that by killing the Emperor, he spawns as a full Chaos God. Man, then he'll be around forever. God damn it. Man.
Half of his Space Marines turn traitor. The Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted with science bordering on magic.
I can feel it. It's gonna get louder in a second.
10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero. They are the...
It's happening. Adeptus Custo... Oh! The Banana Warriors. I think we should take a short break just because I can feel my eyes glazing over a little bit. Not because it's boring or anything. It's getting like military adjacent, and also I need to take a bite of my food. Oh my god, I already ate a jelly. I can't eat a jelly. I already ate one. I can't do it. Let's take a short 3-minute break. And I'll run some ads. And what is this music? There we go. We'll take a short 3-minute break. I'll run some ads over on Twitch. YouTube friends, you're free of ads. But what we do around here is we do a little ad break question for you guys to answer, because I'm always interested in your opinions. Let's see. You said they were sweet, right? I'll order some now. Yeah. The Korean pear jellies, cognac jellies. They're really good, but they're very sweet. So if you like a little sweet treat, start us with its Captain General Kitten. I'm gonna understand this in a minute. Let's see. What should our ad break question be? Are you chaos pilled? Or nah? Which faction do you vibe with? What? Saya! Thank you for the yogurt jelly. Saya! Okay, I will go grab another jelly just for you. I put it in my fridge so it's nice and cold. Thank you. I'll go eat one. All right. Here's my ad break question. Which 40K? And I will be back in 3 minutes, and we'll continue, and we'll learn about Adeptus Custodes. All right, be right back. I died. Where did I go? Hello? Here I am. We're back! Enjoy your jelly, Saya! I noticed you didn't answer, but let me look at the answers people said to the ad break question. Alpha Legion, because I can play any game, any character, and roleplay as a member. Oh. I don't know what that is. Answer WAG! Or Tyranids. Is WAG an actual answer? Shirto? I understand Tyranids though. I don't know if I go in for any Chaos Legion. I just like Xenos. Mostly elves and harlequins. You know what? And you're real for that. I get it. I still fuck heavy with the Necrons, but I understand. I like Votom, but specifically the Ironkin AI members because they are adorable. And then I like the Tau because they have cool mechs and long-range guns. Oh. I am the Emperor. That is my answer. So you want me to ban you, Daya? You think I won't? You think I won't do it, Daya? I am not Chaos build. I don't like Chaos that much. Still cool, but I like the Omniscion more. Okay, Thomas Tangerine, I can get you. The main reason I'm Chaos build is just because I hate the Emperor's ass, which, watch this. Daya. If I ban you, is that gonna mess up your watch streak? Is that gonna kill your watch streak if I ban you? You kinda got something sick going. I don't wanna fuck it up. I have no clue. Okay, maybe I won't ban you, but you know what? In my heart, you've been banned. Then I like Gene Stealer cults the most. Ooh, okay. I saw that is at the end of the video, so we'll wait until we get there. The Necrons do be having the best book. Yeah, it's like the Infinite and Divine or something like that. I do have that book. I've been meaning to read it. We're gonna do a book club stream sometime after I watch it. Read it. Myself and two of my friends are gonna read Infinite and the Divine, and then we're gonna talk about it on stream. I know timeouts don't interrupt watch streaks. Oh, I can time out, Daya? All right, I can do that. Come here, Daya. Goodbye. Yeah. Book club. Soon. Myself, my friend Lady Kyla, and my other friend, independent VTuber known as Coriander, part of the hit independent VTuber group I'm a part of called Follies. We're gonna read it and talk about it on book club. I have to untime out Daya now. He's my most reliable mod, and it's gonna be a problem if he's not here. He's back, don't worry. And now he's unmodded, so let me just remod him. There you go. But I got my eye on you. You best behave around these parts, young fella. Back with mango jelly. Enjoy! Oh, I didn't realize you had the mango already. Oh, no, you did, because you told me the flavor. I can't ban Pan anymore, lol. You never could. He's also a mod. Oh, you're not the super mod. Oh, fuck. I don't remember how to do that. I knew how to do it once upon a... Oh, it's in Roles Manager. That's where it was. Roles Manager. Daya, you were a lead moderator. There you go. There you go, bestie. JK, I wouldn't. I just unmod myself. I know. One day, Saya, one day. We're not besties. Don't call me that. But you're welcome. So, Suzune can be bribed to the Jelly of the Month membership. I see. I could. Okay, thanks. Not bestie. Maybe I would consider calling you bestie if you didn't rage bait me all the time. You know? Maybe I would. Alright, let's get back to reacting. I'm ready to learn about the Adeptus Custodes, i.e. Pan, in the Warhammer universe. I'll be watching this later tomorrow because it's literally 2 a.m. by my side. Oh gosh. Good night, Thomas. Thanks for hanging. 2 a.m. Sleep tight. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get through the rest of this, but have fun watching like the 6-hour VOD. See ya! Yes, thank you so much for stopping by. Sleep well. Alright, let's get back into it. I have to back up a little bit. Just a tad. And then I'll unmute once it's over.
Here is the battle where an Emperor's custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon...
What? I love Angron! I saw that message! How dare you! I gotta back up now.
Custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his talons remain sharp. The talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal.
Oh.
The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour...
You hate to see the boob plate. You hate to see the boob plate. Honestly, this isn't as bad as the ones I usually see, though. Usually they're, like, way more formed. This is just kind of, like, big old circles. No, you're supposed to say custodes to trigger people. Is it? Honestly, I just take a wild swing at every single word I see. I don't even know if custodes is right. I was just like, it's probably not custodes. Not to push you more to Angron, but he's a baddie girl boss fleet commander. She's just a regular human woman who shouts at everyone and they listen. Wait, that's literally me. I love that for him. I didn't realize he had me in the Warhammer universe. Lotara Sarin. And if you rearrange the letters in that, somehow it spells out Suzune VT. You might think it's impossible because there's not a Z or a V or a U, but it does. It does. It's probably just decorative rather than functional. Fair. I was so distracted by the tattoo on the forehead. There's a lot of bold things happening on the head. Like the shaved head but the long ponytail plus the tattoo that then I looked down and went, oh, it's 2 big old circles. 2 big old circles on the chest. Oh my god, wait. No, because why does Lorata literally look like me, but, like, fucked up? Just, like, a little fucked up. Guys, I found myself in the Warhammer universe. And I am working with Angron, it turns out.
The galaxy comes to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tithe. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the...
What? What? 1,000 psychers? Me? I am a psycher. Excuse me? Oh, this is fucked up. Oh, we gotta kill the Emperor again. Oh, we gotta kill him.
The black
we gotta kill him.
Daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The right hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the Custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation
We gotta kill them. They're too genetically close to the Emperor. We gotta kill them. We gotta kill. Nobody tell her, she'll learn later. What? What am I gonna learn? That was a Sister of Silence. Oh, okay. I asked this question myself about how that's even possible and how crazy it is. I was told that it isn't a huge deal on account of the hundreds of billions of the Imperium's population. Some see it as an honor. Yeah, that was the thing we talked about last video, where it's like humans always kind of get the short end of the stick in any sci-fi setting, where it's like the most remarkable thing about them is that their ability to populate like crazy. So that's kind of that. And they keep emphasizing how many billions of people they just throw into the meat grinder to win by war of attrition. So I'm not surprised that they're sacrificing thousands of psychers daily. I mean, I am surprised because what the fuck? Don't sacrifice me for that asshole. But also, I'm not surprised, you know what I mean? Hi, Fabian. Unplug and charge your Switch. I would love... You know what, Fabian? And you're welcome in here for that. We are anti-Emperor around here. We have to kill that man. We gotta kill him. We gotta get him out of here. If you want to paint an army of yellow... I only have to worry about painting like 12 models for an army pin. Humans are the horrid faction, which is hilarious. Yeah, to be fair, the Emperor wouldn't have wanted that, but he's an almost corpse on the chair, so he doesn't get a choice. I think the Emperor would have said sure, because he's a fucking asshole. And I want him dead in the ground. It's also less than 1,000 to sacrifice a day, and more than many thousands are being used to power it at all times, and 1,000-ish die per day and get replaced. I'm a sanctioned psyker. But I'm still a psyker. Aren't orcs and Tyranids just as numerous, if not more? In the books, Custodes are said to be made essentially via alchemy instead of just genetic modification. Oh. Maybe they're just separate enough that I won't have to murder them. And originally the Emperor knew each of them by name and carved their name in his armor when they died. It's too late for me to feel any kind of emotion towards him. That is interesting, though. I like the depth that brings his character. That's good to know. Thank you for telling me that. I still hate him and want him dead, but that is interesting to know. I have bad-ish news. Uh-oh. What's the baddish news? Some back-of-the-envelope math suggests that it's about 1 billion psychers over the course of 10k years, so less than a hive city over the course of the entire setting. That's not... Statistically, I could understand why people are like, yeah, it's worth it, but... My psychers! The DLC for Rogtronner comes out, you may need to start over. Uh-oh. There's a Necron DLC! Oh, hell yeah, dog. Oh, hell yeah, dog. I can't wait. All right, let me back up a little bit.
Or at least something quite close.
I need to back up more. He was in the middle of a sentence. 1 moment. All right.
Fight super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs. Unlike Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a Custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each Custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long and grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperium. Commonly, a Custodian is seen carrying a Guardian Spear, an utterly yoked-up version of the stabs the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the Guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of
Honestly, it's getting hard to track of like who does age normally, because I feel like for every single race so far, Bricky said, "Oh yeah, they don't age normally. Oh, they don't age. They don't age. Period. Oh, they're like dead, but also still alive in the armor. Da 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 da." So I've just assumed for every single thing that they just don't age. Honestly, it's like at this point where it just feels like white noise whenever it's said like they don't age, and I'm like, okay, got it. Oh, that's why I wanted you to play it. Yes, and it has my toxic Yowie boy in it. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dog. I can't wait for the Necron DLC then. I don't feel like the Emperor was an asshole, more that the people that came after was stuck on the throne. They kind of went crazy, but I might be wrong about the whole thing. He wanted the best for humanity at any cost, and it got misconstrued. Yeah, I understand that he was in a rock and hard place. It's just like, I think it's the way that he treated his Primarchs. That was very... Listen, I'm pro-Angron, which means that naturally I'm anti-Emperor. You know what I mean? I can't be pro-Angron and be pro-Emperor at the same time. Those are two diametrically opposed factions. He fucked over Angron so bad. And it's fucked up. Angron wanted to fight with his homies. And then the Emperor went, nah. Death upon them. That was fucked up. He was an asshole, but funnily enough, he treated the Custodes like his actual sons. They used to actually banter and were the only ones he allowed to talk back because he wanted the repertoire. Oh. So the Custodes were like the children he chose. I see. That's interesting. Okay. I probably wouldn't have minded seeing more of that dynamic then. So that's interesting to know. Thank you. There's a special thing about a race, they don't age. If it's a run-of-the-mill person with a helmet on, they age. Imperial Guard and Sisters are at it. Plus, I guess the Imperial Knight pilots, but the robots are, well, robots, so yeah. Yeah. Emps was a bad dad, good guy, propped up by the wrong people for the wrong reasons, and stuck in a system he can't escape yet. And that's the thing about me. I love a good father, even if he's an evil man. So I'm sorry, the second you're a bad dad, you're dead to me. I love a good single father, even if you're a villain. So you're telling me he's a good guy but a bad dad? Well, sorry, he's actually a bad guy. He's a bad guy. No, but that is interesting. I appreciate the level of thought that went into the depth of his character, but I don't know. It still gives me vaguely... I don't want to, like, condense it down to something as simple as, like, he gives me the ick. But if I had to be shallow YouTube commenter, I would just say, ew, the Emperor gives me the ick. You know what I mean? There's just, I don't know. I know he's fighting for the good of humanity, but it's like the constant weighing of what is an acceptable sacrifice. It just gives me that feeling of like, I don't think I can say that you're a good guy fully. Like, it's kind of like you're bad, but everyone else is worse. So I feel like by that virtue alone, you're quote unquote a good guy. But I just kind of look at him and go, no, you're also a bad guy. I don't know about this. He wasn't a single father. He had a wife, 2 wives if you count Malcador. Malcador, the guy he dusted with the throne. Oh boy. Hi, Hard. When the fate of humanity as a whole is at stake, you bring the butter. True. That's Warhammer 40K's whole shtick. Exactly. He dusted himself to warm the seat. And get you a homie that does that. Not dust themselves, but is willing to warm your seat, you know? I want that kind of ride or die, literal. I don't want them to actually die, though. Unlike the Emperor. He's gotta go. Again. I know he's already gone, but he gotta go again. Alright. Back into it. Schwang. He wanted Emps to sit on his remains? Oh my god.
Custodians
That's the closest they could ever get.
Wave fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character, trailed by serfs and servitors, tasked entirely to reload their weapons. They fight with a singular purpose, if not action. Groups of custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns. They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies.
Is that on a motorcycle? That looks like some sort of gun motorcycle. Where is this from? It's from Rogue Trader. I was actually just thinking, one of my thoughts was, and yes, the speeder bike from Star Wars. Oh, hover bike. Oh, okay. No, I was actually just thinking, I was trying to think of a polite way to phrase it. Another problem I have with, like, when you talk about a lot of, like, when you have a million different, like, military factions in a war, is that, like, you want to describe how each faction fights differently and stands out from the rest. But the problem is it starts to all kind of sound the same after a while. Of like, oh, they're so cool and they fight so good. Oh, they're so cool and they fight so good. Oh, they're so cool and they fight so good. That it just kind of blends together in my brain after a while. So he was describing like how they were great warriors and all that, and it was kind of going in one ear and out the other. I got that they learn from they parry and they prolong the battle a little bit to learn from your fight patterns. And then my brain went, yes, they fight so good. Just like the Space Marines and the Thunder Warriors, but they weren't as good. There are distinct differences between factions when you read into it more. I feel like I would probably understand it more if I was playing one of the games. Like, because they have to gamify the differences, you know? I feel like when it's quantified in game mechanics, I could probably digest it better, how they're different. But yeah, in a lore video, it just kind of blends together in my head where I'm like, they're a good warrior and they fight so good. That's why I didn't have too much to say. Sorry, but I'm a gamer at heart. Who could have known? I have to gamer. You can play the chaos I wanna be. Let's go. Oh, I do have Gladius. It's true. One day I'll learn the differences between all of them. All right, let me back up a little bit. I got really distracted by the motorcycle gang.
Of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the Golden Guard of the Golden Throne.
They like him too much.
Due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore, and they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before.
You fucking bitch!
The custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will. and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the Heresy, the Custodians muse on how...
I hate this asshole. I hate the Emperor. Not you, Bricky. You're fine, Bricky. I hate the Emperor. I missed too much talk. I started to wonder. It's not that. Like I said, it's just like when it gets a little too samey. No, I'm not the Emperor. No. He said the Emperor was like, he insinuated that after everything, they would no longer need the Space Marines. So he like, the Custodes were kind of intended to take care of them and the Primarchs. And I went, you asshole! Stop killing things! That's why I got mad. All right, we gotta go back. There you go. It was on the screen where he started saying it. I got mad.
Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times
Here it is.
that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore. And they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them.
And he brought up the Thunder Warriors. I just said Warriors. It's over. Pack it up. We gotta pack it up. We gotta pack it up. The Thunder Warriors, you know? They thundered all over the place and went, wah. That's what Shirtal meant when he said wag earlier. It makes sense. Oh. Toe-to-toe with the Primarch. Could they? I don't know. Because the Primarchs are like super dupe. This is also a problem. This is also a problem about why I was like glazing over a little bit. I don't do well with like power scaling stuff, which I read so much of Jujutsu Kaisen before I fell off of it. And it got my ass. Oh, man. So I can't power scale for the life of me. I wouldn't have known that Horus could deal a mortal blow to the Emperor. I could have guessed the Emperor would have blasted Horus to a subatomic level, but... Oy vey. Warriors are my favorite cereal. Shirtal, please. I feel like Vulcan would solo most of the Custodes. Interesting. Horus full of 4 Chaos Gods scrapping for control of the joystick. Help, girl.
The Custodes were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will, and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the Heresy, the Custodians mused on how suspiciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with Big E on something, and he said once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
Damn. God, I need to watch reality TV so bad, dog. It kills me every time the pictures of all of them.
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained
that you always talk
distrust
about me.
for Space Marines, the Custodians also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a Custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperium. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do...
They have some opinion. Hi, Zing! Let me turn around so I can face you. Hi! So nice to see you. Let me scroll back up. Do. Then again, maybe I just love my... Oh, who's your husband, Art? Oh, Vulcan? I see. Honestly, a very accurate depiction of Horus at the end of the Heresy. Oh, with the 4 Chaos Gods looking for control of the joystick. Oh my gosh. Hi, you do not doubt my Emperor. Damn blood ravens, you golden janitors. Leave Pan and his order alone. They're doing their best. I don't know how I feel about them. It's interesting, though, that they kind of are, like, side-eyeing the Space Marines, just like, but they can't really do anything about it. Interesting. I'm kind of interested in their lore a little bit. It's good. He's playing Pokemon Coliseum. Zang is? Without me? Without me? Zang. You don't know a feature of this model, but I can adjust the lighting. You dare play Pokemon Coliseum without me? That's the last time you'll ever make this mistake. I'll burn your village to the ground. How dare you? One of my favorite games. Just kidding. I hope you're having fun. Uh-oh. I can't readjust it. There we go. Now I'm back to normal. I hope you're having fun. I love Pokemon Coliseum so much. Are you playing the sequel or the original? It's normal. I'm normal and everything's fine. Going back to Warhammer. I'd hang out with either the most morally upstanding custodian or the most pathetic lamenter. I'm kicking it with the lamenter 30 times out of 10. And you know what? I get it. I don't want to be with these Emperor Glazers. Get them out of my face. Also, what's a lamenter? I haven't gotten there yet. The lamenters are sensitive. OG Coliseum, I'll do XD Gale after I beat this one. Oh, have so much fun. I'll stop by when I can. I love it. I want to watch.
Go out and fight some battles here and there. At the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years,
Cool.
I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself.
So they just made these super powerful custodes that could go toe-to-toe with, like, the Primarchs even, then they got sidelined so hard you'd think you were at the ending of a shonen manga that's not ending well. They got cubed like Gojo did in Jujutsu Kaisen. I can't believe this. My poor shonen force. They got sidelined. That's crazy. I appreciate you too. No burning your village. We'll see. I gotta call off a certain raid for no reason. It's, if you see people approaching your village and then turning around, no you don't. That's crazy. Custodians are powerful and all, but you know what Space Marines do? Anything. Oh god, the power scaling. It's happening. Custodians have anti-ADHD. They can stay focused. They're just locked in eternally. Holy shit, dog.
Is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to be something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space and is one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You'd truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However, one faction certainly got close. In the dark ages of the stars and in a river of misery, there is one faction having a cracking old time. The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe. Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet their violence is so very green. I am, of course, talking
gonna get loud.
The
British? The Brits?
The orcs are the pinnacle.
Why was it a British flag? It's the boys! Orcs, rise up. You guys are so happy. You might lose some soldiers. Sorry, my guards are a little overtrained like your Pokemon. How high level are your Pokemon, say? Arctic. Uh-oh. The boys! Wah! Hi, Average Joe! Welcome in. The boys. They're here. The boys are back in town and everyone's excited about it. I thought we didn't like the British.
Of course. The orcs are the pinnacle of creation. For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an orc wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong and despise it as crude. During the war in heaven, the old ones were doing their best to
Oh God, it's the Eldari again. Oh, their fashion, it's terrible. Someone call Yarrick his best friend. Yarrick, football hooligans, to answer the question about the British flag. Oh, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Orcs are Cockney. David, I think you'll like this faction. You think I like the British? I have a couple British friends. It's true. The allegations are true. Billy are as strong as those random isekai MCs. Oh, hell yeah. I love my isekai slop. Get me in there.
Spawn as crude. During the war in heaven, the old ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their cause as possible by seeding the galaxy in a specialized sense. The Eldar were made to be a precise and tactical species to fight off the Catan and the Necrons, but another prominent species was made by them as well. The Krork were warriors clad in ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed, and these warriors changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as the boys, the lads, the mates, the orcs, orcs. An orc.
I got so distracted by that one art. I thought it was legit. I didn't realize it was a Photoshop version of the Chad meme with an orc face. Help, girl. Help. The boys, the lads, the mates, the orcs. Okay.
Orcs. An orc in 40K looks like an orc in most other fantasy media. Hulking, warlike monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes.
Dirty Dan!
Unlike the more Tolkien
He's here.
of these creatures, the devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This fungus itself comes in various forms. The small goblin-like Gretchen and Snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and also the...
This little guy is having such a good time down here. Ew! I hate seeing their insides. They're fungus, just like the zombies in Last of Us? Oh my god.
Squigs. Gretchen and Snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and also the squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But regardless of what is a part of the fungal system, all of them are born from spores that land on the ground and grow. As they travel around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time. Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid.
Oh my... Who dressed them? The Eldari? What happened here? Oh my god. They're all having a good time. Also, orcs are all bald. Well, fungus can't grow hair. Wait a second. There probably is fungi out there with hair. Never mind. Orcs are the only ones in 40K having a good time pretty consistently. They're all down to clown 100% of the time. If they have hair, it's an animal biting their head. Every orc with hair is wearing a wig squig. That guy got hair, but you're saying it's from the skull atop his head. I see. Well, I'm glad that someone in 40K is having a good time, even if it's the sporks. The spore orcs. You know what I mean?
Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid of all of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might find a way to survive. Due to their fungal nature, orcs don't really stop growing, and the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get, and the more an orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly getting into scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long, so the bigger orcs are harder to find. Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of war bands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the war band known as the War Boss. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snotlings. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and more cunning than their bigger brethren. Because in orc culture, the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the war bands and the tribes.
And that's why I'm the boss of Eliza. I'm the biggest and therefore I'm the boss. I sent her the song for orcs. Hell yeah! I'm liking it.
The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the war bands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a specific clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an orc their specific character and traits. And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded. So that's very easy to tell what orc does what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and...
Okay, but like, you're wearing too many colors. These guys are wearing too many colors for us to say they're color-coded. Like, okay, this guy is yellow for sure. Also, his big old goofy grin is very good. But like, who the fuck? Are you green or are you red, you know? I can't tell.
Well, does what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and have a lot of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any others. The Blood Axes are the stealth units, and by stealth it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death Skulls are the scavengers, and the Goths are the close combat specialists. And on the 2 ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy evil sons and the more traditionalist and tribal snakebites. Another major facet of orcs is their religious beliefs. They believe in 2 gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is cunningly brutal.
Gork and Mork. I like the smile Bricky has. He can't help but smile when he says Gork and Mork. This is very old art and not how they look these days. Oh, okay. This will be on the test. Gork and Mark. Okay. I'm locking in. All right, okay.
And they believe in 2 gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is cunningly brutal, and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking, and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one.
Okay, all right. Mork hits you when you aren't looking, and Gork hits you when you are. Did I mix that up already? Fuck, right?
Is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking, and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one is which, and this results in a lot of infighting. In other species, this would be considered a sort of religious conflict, but for the orcs, it's just another excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't really do a good orc voice, so I'm going to get my co-host of That's Ridiculous to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning in a grot and more killy than a dread. The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Piscina, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss pose was covered in the helmets we took from the dead-ends. We burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gezgul Mac Uruk-Drucker, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this 'cause we're orcs, and we was made to fight and win.
It's 'cause this fucking sounds terrible. Fighting is the biggest aspect of orc culture, and it's essentially their life's purpose. They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an imperial knight. If an orc runs out of other enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For example, in The Warp, a planet exists where a band of orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Korn enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than death, but to the boys, This is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and warbands will unite under what is known as the WAR. The concept of a WAR covers a few
I accidentally clicked the button. I don't know
bases.
what I did.
The first is the
You really did say dog. Wait, that's a real thing. Orcs are so funny. Orcs and their terms are so funny. Dogs. Purple, they're all psychers. Purple is the stealth color for orcs. Have you ever seen a purple orc? Wow. I see. Okay, wait.
death, but to the boys,
they would love a war planet.
This
Okay.
is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and warbands will unite under what is known as the WAR. The concept of a WAR covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the WAR is the psychic aspect.
The WAR!
Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are too, kinda, but just not as much. Only a little bit of it. And they often don't know how to use it and frankly don't care. But a huge gathering of orcs generates a psychic field that allows orcs to be more organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic...
So you're telling me the power of friendship really does make them stronger. That's beautiful. I love this for them. An orc war boss once went back in time by accident and decided to kill the earlier version of himself so he could have two of his favorite guns. This worked! He ever plays this part and a lot of people get mad about it, but yes, power of friendship. Oh, I don't blame him. I'm sure he has a great time talking about the orcs and their power of friendship.
And dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that WA energy. The technology the orcs use seem to be held together with duct tape and plastic glue, and crude doesn't even begin to describe it. Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the orcs' weapons and machinery only work due to their innate psychic ability, but realistically, orc gear hardly works in the first place. Weapons blow up in a Bugs Bunny-esque manner all the time, and their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the raw energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception is that
the power of belief. So just to recap, they're thriving off the power of belief and also friendship. I love this for them. This is the game Speed Freaks, so we can play it. Oh. If an orc believes something, it becomes a teensy bit true. If thousands of orcs believe something, then it just becomes true. It leads us into the total bullcrap of much beloved I'm a tank. Why are the orcs so funny? Oh my god. Okay.
orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true, because that's just one orc. However, there's never one orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light.
Ah, there we go.
Sometimes. Do the red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc buggy with an engine block that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalkboard? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull breach? Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill a version of himself so he could have two of his favorite weapons. It is...
That's what you just told me. Oh my god. Sorry, there's so much text written on the background. The conspiracy boarding. Oh my god. You never get chaos corrupted orcs, as orcs have no sense of strife or stress or temptation and thus are pure and immune to chaos. I may be chaos pilled, but maybe I'm orc pilled after all. 2 videos for after Bricky to react to in your DMs. Oh, okay. Because Games Workshop is British, so the orcs are self-inserts. I'm only kinda joking? What? Oh, brother.
Shenanigans. Because of their actions and aesthetic, the orcs tend to be presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective. They are bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they say silly things and act in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner.
It would be pretty scary if you're fighting against something that can change the power, like change the rules of reality just by thousands of them believing in it really hard. You're kind of cooked. You're kind of cooked.
They have no moral compass and are violent and brutal killers that know nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the orcs were ever able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their aggressive nature, their organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter? If they fight and they win, they win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength and more are threatening the safety of the Imperium, they need to bring new methods in order to handle what they are currently facing. The Emperor is on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor, and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now, the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a secret police to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared,
Agents of the Imperium. Oh no, am I gonna learn about police now?
I carry.
Fuck the police. Rogue traitors! Hell yeah! Also, they're really fun to paint. Oh, orcs? I can imagine. There's a fan theory I like, which is that because the Imperium says the Emperor is all-powerful and will never die, the orcs hear all that and think the Emperor is a big, strong warrior who cannot die, and all the orcs believing this is why the Emperor is still alive. Wait. Blair, you're cooking! That makes a lot of sense, actually. I would like it if that was confirmed to be true. I just feel like it would tie a lot of things together, you know? Cops. Damn it. They technically have a rule book. Oh, brother. Alright, hey, Cam. But you're telling me Rog Trondy's in here? Alright, let's keep going.
With me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of Pluvian obsidian. It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. Where the Imperium may
Nobody plays this, don't worry. It's because it's just a hodgepodge of leftovers. It's really sad because I wanted to play them as an Alpha Legion proxy. I was about to say, if it's Rogue Traders and Inquisitors and Cops, it feels kind of like they're just thrown together. Orcs also really like Space Marines because they're the closest thing to an orc that isn't an orc, except maybe a Corn Marine or Demon. Oh, how do they feel about Chaos Space Marines? Do they just like all Space Marines? Imperial agents are a bunch of mini armies in a trench coat, essentially. Ah, okay. They love anything they can fight. Oh, okay. They just like the Tau because they fight from range. Oh, yeah, that would piss you off, wouldn't it? I can't wait. All right.
Entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. Where the Imperium may see its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its Astartes, when one needs eyes, ears, or both cut out, it looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version.
Gentrified Bricky. They gentrified the printer. What the fuck is this meme? Oh god, I can't believe you just didn't even mention Gazcool's favorite Umi. Who? What the what does that mean? Orcs travel through the warp specifically to fight demons on the way to other fights. They love demons. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. I'll look at it. I'll look at all your messages on my next break, which will probably be... Wait, how long is this section? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, after this section, we'll probably take another break. Yeah.
Looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, the void-faring explorers of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the Assassinorum, or the hospitality of the Emperor's Inquisition, each has a part to play in the God Emperor's domain. Rogue traders are a great example of a somewhat undiscussed part of the Imperium. Its nobility. While you may see the General Imperium as a totalitarian hellscape, because it is, this is to those under the boot of the nobles that run it. Rogue traders are a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be given almost complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the unlearned, and do whatever they can as an explorer and conquistador for those back on Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable. Whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, or precious rare resources exist on a floating asteroid can be mined, or a long-lost Imperial world from the Age of Strife is recovered, it's all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a substantial amount of freedom. They have a ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit Xenos races. They can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of wealth and riches in doing so. This tends to make rogue traders a very long lineage, and their heirs take up the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the assholes while doing so.
It's that guy! It's that guy that got me with the mind dagger! Kill him. Get that guy out of here. There's one human that the orcs absolutely have to fight because he is good at killing them. Ooh, guys, your arc deserves more than a hasty Twitch comment. There's this goddamn Steel Legion. I'm still trying to get my friends to run a Rogue Trader TTRPG campaign with me. Oh, yeah, I think my friend that I'm doing the Let's Play of Rogue Trader with is also doing the TTRPG. And I want to do that too. I need more TTRPG in my life. I need it. Help, girl. I need more TTRPG. But I hope you have fun. A blurb wide lard. Get him. I'm getting him. Dark Heresy soon. Ooh. Force me. Help, girl. Help. I'm under attack.
But truly, much like a knight pilot, a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen, explorers, merchants, settlers, diplomats, and everything in between. They chart a course, and they set the ground.
Editor hated that guy, and you know what? Me too. X him out again. He got me with a fucking mind dagger, dog.
Settlers, diplomats, and everything in between. They chart a course, and they set the grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now, the Arbites are cops, Judge Dredd-style cops, as their inspiration clearly shows. Each planet will have their own
they really
members
do
of
look like it.
law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping.
That's a good analogy, Bricky. Because, like, I watch so many detective shows, and the local police and the FBI are constantly beefing over whose jurisdiction this is. You're so good at this, Bricky.
Versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals, as they put it. They will tap into communications, create spy networks,
Soon-to-be
do
criminals?
interrogations and sabotage,
God.
anything that helps the good of the Imperium and the law they seek to preserve. The Code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book of Judgment, a gigantic library of pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of Terra in the history of the Imperium. Because the Imperium is so vast,
that's too much.
Hundreds of laws are added every single day, and the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments.
Oh,
While
Lord.
Arbites themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a
Smell Bible crime on your clothes, fuckhead. Sorry. That really got me. Copicus conspicuous Haghalar Khan. What the fuck? I smell Bible crime on your clothes, fuckhead.
Elves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person. This does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If an innocent is wrongly convicted, any form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant. You have been judged guilty of transgressing the Lex Imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course, should something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbites, there is always the silent hand of the Officio Assassinorum to take their place. Naturally, the Imperium has assassins, and these assassins are sent to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply sending waves and waves of guardsmen at it. The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal are multiple types of assassins.
I heard you. I heard you were negotiating with terrorists again. If you keep biting my swag, there will be problems. I'm above this silly name joke. I'm sobbing. Sorry, I love when editors do that. I know they were having a great time replacing all the Discord sounds with little funny notifications. They get a robo-dog. Quinn likes her, the assassin? Oh yeah, I did see that the love interest in Rogue Trader, the DLC one, that's a cop, he got a robo-dog. I also heard some people were like disappointed with his romance though. I don't know. We'll see if I romance him. Adeptus Diabetes. Where did that come from, Cauldron?
Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal are multiple types of assassins that all specialize in various things. Their training is extreme and absurd. Aspirant children are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then you get low gravity, high pressure, traps, horrendous physical and mental strain, and everything in between. Then their minds are wiped completely and the real fun begins. An Imperial Assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand and can go toe to toe with Space Marines depending on which temple they are from. Some, like the Vindicares, are master snipers who lie in wait for weeks, days, or even months just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols in flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus Assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear.
It happened again. He was talking about how cool they are, and I started to just feel like, yes, good soldier, can fight Space Marines, very powerful. I would understand it better if I played it in a game. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I caught some of it, and then it started glazing over in my head as they fight good. Disappointed by a cop. Blair! Oh my gosh. All right, I have to back up because there's some guy on my screen and he's scaring me.
And flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psyker is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already latent powers and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch and their very body. It is an extreme weapon used when a direct form of pressure must be applied to an otherwise untouchable psyker. Now, if you needed direct pressure in a more literal way,
so these are specifically like psyker specialized assassins. Okay. Different sex schools of assassins. Okay, so you get these guys out, these little crazy MFs for the psychers. I wanted to field 2 and be able to change my list pre-match. And the psyker one, I think, had a rule to give extra command points. Ooh.
the Eversor is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed to wreak havoc, killing anything and everything it sees in a blaze of movement and blood before it inevitably dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise. There are other temples as well, the Vanis Temple acting as sort of like a cyber hacker, the Venom Temple specializing in poisons. But all in all, assassins move with their skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts a Vindicator Calidus and Vanis to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight, install a new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their missions are insanity, and their tasks impossible, and they do it anyway. Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not determine the guilty, we do not decide the punishment. We are merely the cold instrument of the Emperor's vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond our means. There is no enemy outside our reach. We are the blade that hovers over the throat of the traitor. We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien.
We
However,
are
despite
Camp
the
Rock.
prowess,
It's crazy how much I like a faction until we go, we are the Emperors, da-da-da-da, and I go, oh, I no longer like you because I hate the Emperor. It's crazy how often that happens. I was really vibing with these guys, and then they're like, we are the Emperor's revenge, and I go, his revenge? What about revenge on him? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I think at least you can play an assassin heavy style in Tyrannus. That's acceptable. Interesting. She's such a hater, and honestly, I'm just happy she has an opinion. Call me the Emperor's biggest hater. Actually, you can't. That was Horus, and he got blasted to subatomic particles for it. Ooh.
we are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess of the traitors, the police, and the assassins, there is one that stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals who could do so. Men and women who would serve as detective and executioner. This new secret police would have unlimited authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members of humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and mental hardening, they have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they deem guilty. Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched in actions justified by the state itself. Similar to the KGB, the Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those organizations, the Inquisition has far more authority and is one of the only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting
I don't know about state-sanctioned genocide, actually. I take it back. I don't think I'm pro-Inquisition. You play as one in Dark Heresy, but... Oh, no. Oh, no. I am anti-genocide. Hot take, guys. I'm anti-genocide. It's an option, not the only one. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh
of
boy.
a planet and is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting word and a commonly notable thing done in Warhammer, Exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely meant to stop the enemy from gaining a major foothold or spread even more corruption.
Okay.
Even with 1 million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities.
Okay, so they're not like first option going and blowing up a whole planet. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Imagine Nurgle takes over a planet and you can either destroy it or live with the smell 3 planets over. What is that guy in the top left? I do love his braided beard, though. The shades are crazy.
They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be
True.
the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual depending on who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen of the Imperium, a person flashing an inquisitorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying moments of your entire life. It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer, and they continue to expand as the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This
I gotta live in the fucking warp, dog. I can't live in this state. I can't live in this fucking state. Against his own wishes, the Emperor doesn't want this either. Fucking I get it. That's the only opinion. That's the only correct opinion he had, was that they shouldn't be worshiping him as a god, except he didn't mind the Adeptus Mechanicus worshiping him, did he? Because it was useful. He didn't mind that. So suddenly, maybe if the people worshiping him was useful, maybe he wouldn't mind that either. I don't know. What if he found it useful that his people worshipped him, huh? Suddenly he'd sing a different tune. The Imperium became parasocial when he graduated. I'm sobbing. You'll praise the Emperor's name and like it? No, I'm gonna go live in the warp and turn into a horrible monster. I would rather do that than have to worship the fucking Emperor. Come be a clown elf with me, abandon the Imperium? I would love to. I would love to. Alright, Blair and I are running off to become a clown elf. Clown space elf. Let's go. And you know what's crazy? Before I even knew anything about the Emperor, when I was playing Rogue Trader, I knew that in my heart, I didn't want to go the path of worshiping the Emperor. I already knew that instinctively. I knew I was going to be his biggest fucking hater. Hi, Dirt Dauber! Biggie's just on his death throne, screaming eternally. And you know what? He deserves it. Scream harder. Scream so I can hear you, bestie. You getting a Harlequin model done? Yeah! Let's go!
Worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the Ecclesiarchy, and there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The Age of Apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor,
we're gonna get into the battle
Daughters
nuns.
of the Emperor, were a bit more isolated from the wider Imperium.
Ah, here we go.
However, as the Ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the Emperor himself and demanded they fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior Cole had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as his personal body.
The Brides of the... I just got a Magnus the Red model. I'm happy. Ooh! I'm so happy for you. Are you going to paint it? I want to see. I love people showing me their painted models. Drop a pic in the Discord when you're done. Exactly. Do it. We got a Discord people want to join. I love seeing your guys' art. If not, I hope you enjoy painting it. Harlequins are my absolute favorite. I love them. It's been at least 12 hours since I've painted my Harlequin Wraith Knight, and I'm getting the itch again. Hell yeah. Don't judge yet. It will get fixed. Van Dyer is bad. Okay, you're meant to be grossed out by this. This man is a villain. Oh, thank God. Okay, great. Wonderful. I did not like it. Will y'all paint your models? Thank you, Saya. Thank you.
This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as his personal bodyguards and aides. However, Doge Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the bride...
Do you think he's actually using all those candles, or is it just for aura? Because I gotta be real. Who's out here lighting their candles one at a time? just for aura. Do you know how much work that takes just to sit there and look vaguely menacing?
Outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One custodian made contact with the leader of the Brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia Dominica, the custodian, and the Emperor himself. However, she left the room with her hair bleached pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Van Dyer himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die." Despite not having any time to die, Doge Van Dyer found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the Brides of the Emperor were no more, and the ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Van Dyer's reign from happening.
It's gonna get louder.
They would no longer be allowed to have men under arms. Men.
Adepta Sororitas, let's go! Battleman's time!
The Adeptus
That's crazy art. Alright, that means it's time for a little breaky break. Well earned. Well earned. Why do they all look the same? Because she looks just like the girly in Rogtrondi. I forgot her name. Shit! I just called her a battle nun for too long. I don't remember. I don't remember what her name is. Argento. Why do they all look like Argento? He didn't like them. He has a floating baby right next to him. Oh. He has a servant boy just for candle lighting, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure he had someone do it for him. Me and my little candle lighting servant for my aura. Why is that a link? Oh, let me delete that. I don't know where it leads. Ew, accidental link. Get it out of here. Yucky. You're welcome. Yeah, be careful with accidental periods. Okay, we're gonna take a short little break. I did admittedly find the Agents of the Imperium a little more interesting than I thought I was gonna find them. I think it's around when we got to they started talking about the it was around here where they talked about the upcoming religion, which is interesting because I'm not usually interested in religions in terms of like, I don't know, I try to be very open. I don't know. I don't know, it's not that I'm not, I tend to stay away from them when I'm writing my own fiction. I guess I do find them pretty interesting in other people's fiction now that I think about it. No, never mind, I am interested. It's disgusting to think of all these people worshiping the Emperor, but I am interested to learn more about, like, how it came to be. Although the problem is, as I hear more about them, I'm gonna have to listen to Emperor glazing, and that's gonna test me. That's gonna test me. That's gonna test me. Question if it's alright to ask, what faction is one you sided with? Any question's alright to ask. Thank you for the question, Dirt Dauber. At the moment, Necrons are the one I like most. Oh, Saya's saying them. I love Necrons, Harlequins, Orcs, and Imperial Knights. Did I like the Imperial Knights? I did like the Chaos Space Marines. That's true. That part is true. Did I like the Imperial Knights? I don't even remember. You thought they were silly, yes. Okay, that sounds like me. I don't remember a lot about them, I think. The Sisters of Battle glaze the Emperor so bad they get powers from it. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be a challenging segment for me. Oh, brother. Oh, lordy. Oh, Sisters of Glazing. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure the Sisters of Battle are the strongest basic unaugmented humans in the setting. Ooh. This is gonna get, we're getting into power scaling like crazy. I do know about Rogue Trondi. Rogue Trader thankfully gave me a lot of background with the Battle Nun, so I'll be able to lock in pretty hard for this section. Very nice choices. Thank you! I really love the Necrons. They were the first ones I was introduced to in these videos, and yet they're the ones that have the most staying power in my head so far. Is it because they were the first ones? No. It's because their story made me very sad. And also I thought they were really iconic for being like, let's fight a couple wars and then take a little nap. Yeah, Rogue Trader. I unfortunately have gotten in the habit of saying Rogue Trondi. Because it's funny to me. Sisters of Battle have saintly powers. I played Argenta a couple times in Rogue Trader, so I am a little bit more used to her just having special powers from glazing the Emperor. She also really wants to kill my Psyker friend. My unsanctioned Psyker friend. And I have to keep looking at her and be like, no. No! Don't kill my friend! Just because she's a little crazy. Solely because she's unsanctioned. Literally just that. They have Toxic Yuri though, so I'm intrigued by them. I'm keeping an eye on them. But then I be committing these sins by myself. It's true. Don't leave Blair out here committing sins alone. Legal Psyker? I'm a Psyker. I have a mind dagger in my head. Toxic Yuri, I'm in. Play Warhammer 40K, Rogue Trader, and then you'll get 2 companions that are engaging in Toxic Yuri. They kind of want to kill each other, but I'll advertise it one more time. For those of you who don't know, we're doing a Let's Play of Warhammer 40K, myself and 2 friends, Rogue Trader. We play it in the Discord, you are all free to join. And I will be also editing those videos that I'm recording and posting them on my main YouTube channel. So keep an eye out there if you want to watch edited content. You'll hear a lot about Toxic Yuri over at eLizard VT. That's true! My good friend Eliza, who's a member of the independent VTuber group known as the Follies, that I'm also part of. I also like Toxic Yuri and Toxic Yaoi. Thank you for giving Eliza a shout out. Appreciate you. Sisters are very distrustful of other Imperium forces. Psychers are inherently chaos flavored, and Space Marines are mutants who fall to chaos half the time, and the AdMech worship machines instead of the Emperor. Yeah. When you lay it out like that, I can kind of get why they're anti-literally everything. When you really lay it out for me like that, it makes a lot of sense. All right, let's take a short break so I can refresh myself and be able to lock in a little better. I'm not certain if we'll take another break before the end of the video. It's really gonna depend on how I'm feeling halfway through. Although, if we're going to town and Tyranids, we'll probably be fine. This may be our last break. Maybe not. Let's see. Let me think of an ad break question now. Ad break question. Oh, I want to know you guys' thoughts on the Emperor. Did you? I've completely missed your ad break question. What is your favorite Warhammer 40K canon meme? Or that. All right, we'll have 2 ad break questions. What are your opinions of the Emperor? All right. Feel free to answer either or both or one or none. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. A schwa! We're so back. All right, let me look at your answers. So I said he's a very good guy who's done nothing wrong. You disregard this gun pointed behind me. But what about the gun I'm pointing at your face is what I responded. I think he's a complicated man. If he just gave Horus hair product to save the lack of hair, we would have. It's, well, the complicated man part I agree with. I think it was too late for him and Horus. He's oh god, why does looking at him burn? Hate that I can accidentally send messages and not finish my sentence. How's everyone's day and night so far? It's pretty good. I hope yours is going well as well. I do love doing a little React stream. I do love doing that, so I'm having a great time learning along with you guys. Got a Magnus model and a little 1000 submarine. Ooh, he should be called Bob. Aw, cute. Well, hope you have a great time with your models. And if you ever want to share pics in the Discord, feel free. I love seeing people's pics. He's a rubric. Ooh. I don't know what that means, but Saya does. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right. I'm ready to learn more about the battle nuns. I was handed a bowl of pasta, but the problem is I'm not really feeling it, so I've just been eating more of the jelly. I'll have to get real proper dinner after this. I don't know. I didn't mind. It's the it's leftover queso mac and cheese, and I didn't mind it when I ate it. It's probably because it's room temperature now. I like it when it's warm, but when it's room temperature, cold queso and cold pasta, never a good idea. Never a good idea. It means he's a suit of armor full of dust. Ooh, mix the jelly into the pasta. You are shot and banned for that. That's foul, Blair. How dare you? Garlic parm pepper noodles. That sounds good. That sounds yumbly. I could probably dig up something for dinner. I just gotta go upstairs. My Korean pear mac and cheese. All of you to the dungeons with you, actually. To the dungeons, I fear. All right, let's back it up a little bit and get into it. Nope, my ears.
The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the nuns with guns, the fighting force of the church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members. They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind, such as the non-militant orders like the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and Familius, including things like helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff, Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are further separated into smaller orders in an almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they sustain battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of their own separate organization, the Order's Militant, and feature the highest number of any given system. They are the official fighting force of the Ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power armor that gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield. Though lacking the more extreme modifications of a Space Marine's power armor, mainly to the fact that Sisters are, for the most part, regular humans, the power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for its strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them, really...
Ew, sorry. Ew, this skull baby back here is really troubling to look at. I can't, oh no, there's more of them. No, oh no. The baby was a criminal. Help? I forgot what he will explain Repenta to Suzu. Uh-oh.
Sprinkles that have...
Let me back it up. I got really distracted by the skull baby. It was horrifying to stare at.
Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them, really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a sister of battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry. The bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such a simple loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery as opposed to the more clunky jetpacks, ones that Space Marines have. In times of great turmoil or impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs, an almost comical scene of holy glory followed by literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never fall to chaos. In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic, and sometimes Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior, whether it's lobotomizing traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the Emperor.
I will moderate your Discord server. There she is again. The baby did a thought crime against the Emperor. Oh, Sisters is a bad place to be if you don't like the creepier parts of the Imperium. I don't. This is a bad place for me to be, it turns out. I think in all of 40K canon, there was exactly one Sister of Battle who turned to chaos. There was even one? Ooh. I want to hear about that.
Anything goes. The most fascinating part of the Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs often make things happen through belief because of their sheer number of them. The Sisters create miracles where they walk. They are not many psychers like orcs, but they are excessively devout and make up for that. Bullets barely miss targets they absolutely should hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies slip and fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction is an accurate portrayal of what happens when the Sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
Die, you motherfucker!
Oh. There's Argenta.
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the saint of a Sister's order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the Emperor swells so strong that acts of faith are made manifest, and sometimes angels themselves. When the Sisters go to war, they have thundering organs and litanies screeching out into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rabble off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving precisely where she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones, her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the God Emperor? Perhaps, but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith made manifest. Some Sisters may make a mistake, however, and find themselves questioning their faith, disobeying a command, and even leaving their order. These Sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as
What is this outfit? What is this? What is this outfit? What are we wearing? What are we wearing and why are we wearing? What are we doing here? You have no underwear on. And I don't think that that is necessary. It's MMO armor. Oh, God. What are we doing? She has underwear on. It's leather. I guess that... Yeah, I guess that technically is a thong. Yeah. What are we doing? Why am I here? She is repenting. I'm repenting too now. Oh, brother. She's so cool. I believe she's in a relationship with an Inquisitor. I may be wrong. I was just thinking that I found... oh, fuck. I forgot her name. This woman. I found her interesting. Her story. That eventually the mountain will get... Her mountain of deaths will get too high before she can... come back. That was interesting. I like that I have a video about her for you. Thank you. I forgot her name. So in that sense, I am guilty. But, what does the one female faction need? Thongs. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Why are we here? Just to suffer? But it's paid for, so you won't be able to react, I think. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. See, orcs don't do stuff like that. If the orcs ran around with thongs, I feel like I only have more respect for them, frankly. You know? I'd only have more respect for them. Alright. Never mind, it isn't. 1 hour and 8 minutes of Saint Celestine. Ooh. Ooh, I could contact and get permission, maybe. Alright, let's go suffer. We'll repent together, folks. I muted it.
Man, even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself. Though their actions were heretical, repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with torture devices attached to their bodies and a chain sword the size of their body.
No, I don't like
completely
this.
Armorless to determine if this is how they die or if the Emperor will forgive them. Even the most famous champion of the sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a repentia. Even she questioned her faith. And if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless and also a direct source of their power. A whole army of power-armored soldiers shooting, burning, and melting all in their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side. By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. The Imperium devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial war machine. However, this was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm and that whole Doge Van Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the bodies on this vessel matched those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear posed a new threat to the Imperium. Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy, looking to make a name for themselves, all in
It's getting
the
loud.
name
It's gonna get really loud.
of greater good. These
It's getting really loud.
are the
Tau Empire.
The alien is not in.
Hi, lovely to see you. Love you. Sunhaven after. Keep your schedule open. Staying strong. The Repentia upset me, but it's fine. I like that Saint Celestine was also a Repentia for in the past. That makes her very interesting. No, who's mine? Uhu. You're all mine. You're all mine, girly pop. The normal armor has fleur de boob. Help? I'm sobbing? I am watching. I can turn myself around in this model. The fish people! Let's go! Lots of dice rolling and rule reading. But we can tell a story as we play. Rule reading will kill me, but it's fine. It's fine. The tower, one of the more complex and fun factions lore-wise. Ooh, I like complex lore. The retconned fishmen arrive. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, that's my toughest part about learning a new TTRPG system is always the rule learning part. I'm always like, my reading comprehension. I do like that GW said they want 11th edition to be more narrative. We love a narrative TTRPG. Alright, let's learn about the fish people together. I've forgotten everything I knew about them previously, so this is basically me learning from a clean slate. I forgot everything I ever knew.
Intrinsically evil, do not hate him. Pity him his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and acquaint him with his inadequacies.
He didn't know anything previously?
Only
Oh my
then
god.
will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief, the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
The greater good.
How can this be for the greater good?
The greater good.
This system is a caste-based system
Scary.
that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Theo, which is manufacturers and industrialists.
I'm sorry, I was expecting him to go more, like, I'm not locked in. What are the Tau, like, related to at all? I need context. What are they connected to? They're their own race. Okay. Choo-choo! Good luck cleaning up. Keep in mind, these people showed up after 6,000 years in human year 40K. They're an independent Xenos faction. Alien species on a backwater planet. A whole new race. Okay. Great. I'm gonna back it up a little bit, because I think I was waiting for him to, like, connect them to something, and instead he just went into exploring them. And I went, wait a second. Help! I don't know what I'm looking at. If he doesn't explain by the end, I can write it all out. Oh, thank you. Okay. I think I also was I think I was caught up on something when he started the lead up. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I will back it up a little bit, though. Pinning is different state to understand. Understood. Okay. I'll back it up to right here.
His place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief, the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
The greater good.
How can this be for the greater good?
The greater good.
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Theo, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Core, being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Core, being Navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the Ethereals, and those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps.
Real quick. Remind me, what are the ethereals? What are the ethereals? Real quick. Humans found them as a primitive tool using alien people. Forgot about them for 6,000 years, and now they're wrecking space shop. Oh, okay. They're leaders. Okay. Four ethnicities between the Tau as a race. Ethereals came down and unified them. Also Tau race. And ethereals are a messiah-like Tau. Okay. The religious caste a separate alien race within their empire. Okay, great. Wonderful. All right. I have unfortunately assigned them as being constructed societally much like Avatar The Last Airbender in my head. And I'm sorry in advance to everyone who hates that, but it won't change. It's in my head already forever, and I will remember it that way. I will remember it this way.
Which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as Seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the 3rd sphere is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy, and their military tactics are highly precise. Instead of the Imperial methodology of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully assess any battle and take as many precautions as possible. Commonly, you will see a Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle suit with advanced targeting systems. The Tau do not often consider close combat to be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battlesuits have a multitude of functionality, ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat, and since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to...
Okay, just to reiterate, the reason they're fighting other races, is that they're fighting for the greater good, and part of the fight for the greater good means assimilating other planets and races into their own. Okay, great. All right, wonderful. Yes. All right, great. Understood. I'm keeping up. All right. They're OG Protoss. Shurtal. You know how to speak my language? You know how to speak my language with StarCraft? Oh, I love Gundam. So true. Tau is a coalition of species and xeno races. Ooh, we should all just use Gundam as Tau proxies. Also true. Greater good collectively moving forward. I think Protoss came first. We don't play any SC anymore. I'm so sad. We'll play StarCraft 2 soon again. I promise. Hi, Medicus! Welcome in YouTube. Basically, think of them as like the Covenant from Halo minus the religious zealotry. I'm so sorry. I've never played Halo a day in my life. I won't. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Gotta get into the start. There's a StarCraft tabletop game? For real? I love StarCraft. I'm sorry, Medicus. I'm not an FPS player. I really don't like first-person... I don't like shooter games mostly in general, but I really don't play FPS. It's, I'm sorry. What's my favorite book? Like, in general? Just like a book? Oh, you're asking Medicus. Okay, fine. You didn't even tag them. How would Medicus have known? Like, he didn't say anything. Not the Halo. I'm sorry. I don't go there. You have a YouTube also, Soupy. You have a YouTube account. You also respond to their message like that. Anyways, I'm sorry. I won't go there, but I like a lot of other games. I'm sorry. I'm so... It just turns away in shame.
The Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their end, such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vestments. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time, including even some humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general garb of their higher-ups kind of create that motif, and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in Warhammer is this official artwork by Games Workshop. Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated. The Kroot and Vestments we already discussed, and the humans and also Votan will join them at times, but you also have the Galg, the Nigasar, the Vorg, the Thraxian, the Terrellian, Greet, Domati, and many others. Some of these are just one-off lines, and some are major players in the civilization. The Nigasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears, and the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an
What's with so many systems wanting big owls? We got owl bears, and yeah, I was about to say, we got owl bears in, in D&D. Why is everyone obsessed with big owl? Put an owl on a bear, do it. It's not, it's just weird, you know. If I had a nickel for every time I've seen an owl bear, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Owl are top 5 animal. True. Some of my favorite bits of lore is Imperium, people turning to Tau, especially the possibility of a Space Marine turning traitor and joining the Tau and getting cool Tau tech. Ooh, because bird is the word. You're so right, Shirtal, as always. Well, one Chaos God really liked birds for some reason. You know, I just remembered my hubby, Corvus Corax. I shouldn't be throwing stones in my glass house, I've realized. I shouldn't be out here doing that, I've realized.
Gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears, and the fact I haven't seen this is a crime.
Soup, I'm karate chopping you in the neck. We're anti-emperor around these parts. Getting your ass.
The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an unadvanced galaxy. They do not travel through the warp because of the insane dangers, but instead use a more classic FTL jump. However, because they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck. The fascination of the Tau is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite...
I don't know why, but suddenly I was recalling information I forgot from part 1. Which is that, I was thinking, I know what happened. Maybe I really do have ADHD, because here's the problem. He was talking about, like, oh, they don't go through the warp because warp transport's too dangerous. And then my brain went, warp travel. It's weird how, like, the warp keeps doing whatever they want it to do. Like sometimes it's a dangerous sea, and then sometimes it's got layers like an onion. And then I was like, but you can travel on it like a sea and a boat. But how do they travel? Oh yeah, the navigators. How did the navigators do it again? Oh yeah, they basically project their Delulu so hard that the unreality becomes reality. And then they can sail safely. And then I was just thinking about that for a bit, and then I looked up and things had changed on the screen. I perhaps should get checked for ADHD. I was on a little spider web of logic. I'm trying to remember everything that I've learned, and my brain went, navigators. Don't get medicated. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know how much good content you're getting out of it, because I just self-admittedly go, I was thinking of something else just now. Oh, brother. Let me go back up here. Now I gotta rep the true loyalists, the Alpha Legion. I've heard so much about Alpha Legion. I heard so much about this Alpha Legion. Everyone's talking about it. I wonder what's going on with it. The ocean has layers too. That is true. That is true. And if I remember that, then it all does kind of line up. And use the dying emperor on the throne as a fixed beacon for navigation. And he should die more. Consider that. You might be an early psyker. I'm a psyker, and I have a mind dagger. But then you back up after explaining. Of course I do. It would be terrible if I didn't. I just keep going, and I have no idea what I just missed. Big question related to Warhammer 100%. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. But what's your question? Why do they call it hamburger if there's no ham? Mods? Caesar. Throw her in the brig.
This.
Alright, let me back up. Yeah, when did I start? He read a quote? Uh-oh. Guys, I was really thinking about the navigator for a while. Uh-oh. I was really thinking, I do remember these visuals. It was right about, this is why, because they were traveling through the warp, and I went, warp travel. How do they do that? Navigator. Oh, brother, my brain.
Slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first.
I'm not washed.
Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other, its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck. The fascination of the Tau is that
I'm starting to think that maybe my brain was protecting me from having read that. Yucky. Oh, yucky. Disturbing. Terrible. Yucky.
World, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper-advanced and welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts, and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers. And in the dark corners of the galaxy, something is coming that is entirely
It's gonna get loud.
Numbers.
It's gonna get loud. My ears! Tyranid!
There is a...
Here it is. My good friend, the E-Lizard VT, also known as Eliza, loves the Tyranids. I don't know why. She knows nothing about them. She just likes their freaky little guys. And here we go. Mentally prepare. Ugh. Zerg Rush! Ard, you're cool for that. It's weird because I like the Zerg, so you think I'd like the Tyranids, but they're freaky. They freak me out. I hate bugs, so maybe that's the problem. I don't know. The bugs, they're precious little good. The hungry boys. I've seen one tentacle boy and said yuck. I didn't like it, yeah. All right, let's learn about Tyranids.
Cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey.
I mean, the Zerg have a hot lady? You're so right. God, you're right. I think I like the Zerg because they had interesting stories associated. And you know I love character stories.
The conflicts of Warhammer 40K are chaotic enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy. It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda Galaxy and they have come to take ours, or they might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless of the why, the where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyran. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet of these creatures before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the
I'm listening. How dare you? I was pondering how do the orcs feel about the Tyranids? Do they get along like a house on fire, or do they absolutely hate them? They love each other. Aww. What a wholesome love story of them killing and eating each other. Wow. Wow. They also eat things, which is why some Titan forms have armor as thick as Space Marine armor. They actually running away from something outside our galaxy? Oh god. I think that's just one of the proposed reasons, right? We don't know. It seems to be is the main. Well, you know that. I don't need to mansplain this to you. They love fighting them but can't loot them. Oh. Orcs are an endless buffet and Tyranids are an endless war. You don't need me to Vtuber explain to you. But yeah, it sounds like we don't know the reason still why the Tyranids got here, but the real answer is there's approximately 1 million reasons why they could be here. So just pick your favorite one. Reason? Hungry. Tyranids are interesting in the way that learned how a hurricane forms and is fed is interesting. That learning how a hurricane forms and is fed is interesting. Ah, yeah, they're a force of nature. Good point, Shirtal. Wild thing about these bugs is how they evolve. When they eat a race, they take out the DNA and add it to the brood pool. Ooh. Okay.
Realm of Force, true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40K that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with. They are, at their core, animals. But not the fun kind of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40K, and boy are they hungry. They are instinctively hardwired to either kill or be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyranids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
3, 2, 1.
Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed. What?
I don't like the way they look. Ew, I don't like this art. Ew, yucky, yucky, yucky. Not to mention we've only seen a handful of their hive fleets. Who knows how many there really are? Oh, is this Darktide music? I am liking it. It's a bop. Oh yeah, sorry, no links allowed. Only the VIPs are allowed to circumvent the links. But if you have a link you want to send, you can send it in the Discord.
You see, the Tyranids are a collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyranids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially serving as their Bluetooth connection to the greater hive mind.
Bluetooth connection is crazy. Okay, so they have a hive mind, psychic power to get connected to, and to increase that connection so they're more powerful, they have little synapse creatures that follow them around. Okay, got it. And we'll let Suzu play Darktide because she will hate it. Nurgle and eyeballs. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I can't play anything with eyeball horror. I mean, okay, so, like, there are exceptions to the rules. Like, I play Baldur's Gate 3 and there are beholders, right, which are just giant eyeball monsters. Those don't really bother me unless they had, like, graphic sequences of them, like, stabbing the big eyeball specifically with, like, a blade or doing something with that. That would bother me. But just, like, the concept of big eyeballs don't really... It's more like the fear where I'm like, I'm gonna see that eyeball get fucked up. No! I can't do it. That's my one huge ick. Good thing you don't watch when I stream Darktide. Anyways.
This allows them to send and receive information about the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations based off of the information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially form a save state and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence.
I feel like there are a lot of horror movies out there with creatures that are based off of Tyranids. They have very similar concepts. What is that one with, like, oh shit, it's like the time loop one with the famous actor guy who I forgot his name. It's not Tom Hanks. It's the other guy. Hang on, I'm getting my white men mixed up. Hang on, Tomorrow Time Loop movie. What is it called? It was called something. Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise. It was Tom Cruise. Oh, I should have just looked at chat. Sure, had it. Cause that one had monsters in it where they had kind of a similar hive mind concept. And oh, I forgot that they had alpha and omegas. Uh-oh. The Omegaverse is real. But ultimately, like, the creatures in that movie, I feel like are reminiscent to me of Tyranids. I don't know. Am I crazy? So the Suzune's Dead Space 2 LP is a no-go. Got it. Probably. There are a lot of horror games that I can either just, like, close my eyes if it's just a little sequence, like a one-off sequence with it. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 does have an eye horror sequence at the beginning of the game, and I just close my eyes during that, and then I'm fine. But if it's, like, consistent, then I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah, that also based on a manga. Oh, based on the manga, all you need is kill, I believe. Oh, Tom Cruise AVO isn't real. It can't hurt you. Help. I've read it though, and it did hurt me. All right.
State and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself. A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult.
So did he say the Tyranids are making a shadow in the warp?
Distortion in the warp itself.
Back it up a little bit.
And are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself. A Hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity feel an immense dread due to it.
How are they causing a... Oh. They come from outside our galaxy, so they don't exist in the warp, because the warp is a parallel to our galaxy. Oh, so just like, they have these crazy psychic powers, so it's interfering with our... Right, so it's psychic interference. I see their Bluetooth is crashing our Bluetooth. I see what's happening. Okay. Understood. The Tyranid hive mind DDoS hell. This. Basically, they're not this universe nature makes interference. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Causes everything to just kind of sit dead like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyranids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these ships contain birthing pools for Tyranid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyranids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids strip a planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable hulk. As a means to curb the advancement of the Tyranids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminatus worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them.
So that's one of the reasons they would genocide a whole planet, is because they see the Tyranids coming and they're like, we can't let them eat that planet! Kill it! Explode it! That's pretty rough, actually. That's pretty rough. Hi, the biggest tasty. They're low on lip pillows and brewskis. Like you, an American going to Europe. The Tyranids are to the Milky Way. Oh, you're telling me they're the Americans coming to raid me? Oh, God. There's only a few Tyranids that don't affect the warp, but like you said, they travel in huge fleets. Okay. So it's just a sheer number of them. Oh. Which one's got bigger numbers? Imperium of Man or Tyranids, do you think? Because numbers are kind of the only things we got going for us. And so that's not good that there's one more thing out there with a lot of numbers. Hive mind interference sucks for Wi-Fi. I'm also this theory that the Nids are attracted to a place with a high psychic signature. Hi, Drenzoras. Welcome in. That makes no sense. Which part? The problem is that they are hive mind, not that they are from a different galaxy. I see. Oh, Blair, you made a clip. Thank you so much. I can't wait to watch. Makes sense. They seem to be able to detect Necrons and avoid those worlds. Ooh. Depends on how many Tyranids haven't arrived yet. Tyranids by a long shot. Tyranids, no question at all. Okay. We're so Shrek'd. We're so Shrek'd. It's so Jober for us. Oh, we're on there.
The Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer
it all
and
comes
lighting
back to
it
Halo,
on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat. Because regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyranids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself, and all the factions can ultimately agree that the Tyranids themselves act as the biggest threat to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly an unknowable horde, and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them. Tyranids are called that due to the planet Tyran they destroyed, as we mentioned earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims: the Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyranids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you enjoyed the Servitor excerpt from part 1, and so bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyranid menace. This starts about halfway through. It has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the sinking of the Seafort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes. Alien biostructures dominated Huto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside
I'm not gonna like the rest of this description, am I?
nodes that resembled lethal fungi. Immense capillary towers stretched high into the poisoned sky. The glistening chitin coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once great lakes with reservoirs of bubbling biomatter. Tides of creatures bloated with consumed flesh vomited their guts into the pools or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know. I cannot rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Hilaire. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony.
Oops.
Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended her torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge, the reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping, hour by hour. They are even taking our seas. There are enormous beasts with great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air.
They're eating
There is
the
an isthmus
air?
I can see, upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people. I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that one thing that
Gang, I don't know about the Tyranids. Gang, I don't know about these guys. They eat the fucking air right out from under you guys. They eat the fucking air right out from under you. What do you guys have seen from the Simpsons with the Three Stooges? syndrome with galaxy-spanning apocalypses. It's true. My headcanon for who wins Warhammer 40K, it's Tyranids, and I'm not even a big fan. I thought Nurgle was going to win in the end because everything rot and decays. Surely even the Tyranids rot and decay. Can the Tyranids eat the Chaos Gods, I wonder? What a question. Given we only hear about Nids from survivors, I fear the true Nid strength. It's true. Tyranids then Nurgle when they leave. Maybe it depends on if Tyranids develop the ability to Omnom warp beings, because last I checked they just poof, no nutrients. Oh, you had the same question I did. Okay, wonderful. I can help rid a world of Tyranids and Space Marines too. Did I have to look at them up close? Nurgle couldn't manifest anything if the Nids win, no? Oh, that's a good point. Because they've just eaten everything, so there's nothing left to rot or decay. Oh yeah, they can terraform worlds too. Yeah. I feel like all chaos would starve to death after humanity goes, and then just the Xenos are left dealing with scraps until eventually it's just orcs and Nids, and then just Nids. Oh, so you think orcs versus Nids? Nids will win that too. Interesting. I can ironically see the Nids in another endless war, a couple with orcs, and just using them as a supply line. So just remember, Eliza loves them because they're just hungry little guys. I'm going to eat her, and we'll see if she loves me for being a hungry little guy. Don't worry, they won't actually do all that terraforming until you're long defeated and being assimilated for fuel. So I will worry now, but for different reasons. Thank you so much, Get Robot. But remember, they're morally correct because they don't have morals. So that's also not how... Like, I didn't ace a test just because I didn't take it. Do you understand that? You understand that's not how that works, Shirtal? You know that that's not how it works? I wasn't mathematically correct because I didn't do the math test. That's not how that works. That's not how it works. Not just up close, so you can rip them apart. Oh, what is the name of the war with orcs and Nids? Octavius? Yeah, the Octavius War. Ooh. That and the Chaos Gods need people's emotions feeding them. If the Nids eat everyone, they're done for. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, so Nids could win. The Tyranids could win. Oh. Different worries are good too, are they? But what if you eat the math? I knew there was a reason I kept this guy around. He makes me laugh. Do a funny little dance, my jester. Alright, now that you guys have given me different things to worry about, I'm gonna go back to Warhammer reacting.
Might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyranids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids. They cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tendrils of the hive mind have wrapped themselves around the galaxy, and the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner is served. However, the Tyranids are not simply the unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics of the force of the Tyranids, the hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more terrestrial. General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the
Gene Stealer cults. Oh my god. Guys, we're in the last section of the video. Let's fucking go. We made it. All right. Let me just see what you guys are saying. The Tyranids pursue Lubu. Help? Why would it be bones and ash? The Nids wouldn't leave perfectly good bones lying around. True. I sent her a video on the Octavius War chat. Teehee, don't spoiler who wins though. Uh-oh. Gene Stealer infected orcs are too peaceful and get beaten up / killed for being un-orky. Oh, brother. Hi, Unbuttered Toast. Welcome in. My boys. The boys are back in town. Let's fucking go. The Levi Thieves. I sent you a third Bricky video. Good luck. Well, you already know we're not getting a third Bricky video today because looking at the clock, we've been reacting to a 1.5 hour video for 4.5 hours. So my proportions are crazy. My ratios are crazy on these react videos, but thank you. In 2 to 3 weeks, it's okay. It's okay. All right. Let's see what's going on with these Gene Stealer boys. It's about every Space Marine Legion. Oh no. Oh no, that one's gonna be a rough watch for me. All right, let's get it.
Body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great Father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hands. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What sails beyond those distant suns? Shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our redeemers, our gods, truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void. We hear them in our dreams, we feel them in our blood. They call and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene.
Something terrible's happened to me. My earbuds are dead. Uh-oh. One moment. Talk amongst yourselves while I solve this terrible issue that's now occurred to me. Please, why did you die on the I know, what a guy to pause on. We're in the last section. Why would you die now? Why would you betray? Let me put on some music for you. Why would you die now? Why have you done this to me? I had only one. So, for all the new people in chat, what's your favorite faction? And what's your favorite legion in Warhammer? If you were in the Warhammer universe, first of all, condolences that you're in there. Secondly, what would you be? What would you join? Okay, I have another earbud that I can use. Hang on. Oh, we're so back. All right, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Whew. Switch out. What genes would you steal and why? Discuss. True. I would want to be the Tyranid Hive Mind because then I can at least play an RTS. True. Faith Action, Imperial Guard, easy. Faith Legion, Black Templars. Ooh, if I was in the Warhammer universe, what would I be? Dead. I would be dead. And that's the only right answer, Carol. True. Okay. All right. Sorry about that minor pause. My technology rebelled against me. It's probably because I wasn't praying to the machine god enough. My bad. My bad, dog. I'll repent on that, but not repent ya. I can't wear that outfit. Statistically, guard or a Hive City resident. I would be me, but in the past, because we all exist. You're right. We're all canonical in Warhammer. All right.
Will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself. Deep in the depths of a planet, a Gene Stealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids, and were the first Tyranid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive fleet made its presence known.
Okay, so the Gene Stealers are part of the Tyranids. Understood. Oh, I'd be taking my siege. My fave would be Thousand Sons, and third phase is Adeptus Custodians. Ooh, I'd be the Imperial Guard for that sweet, sweet 15-hour life expectancy. Hell yeah.
Like the Tyranids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the fleet, a Gene Stealer reproduces via the Big Smooch. The Gene Stealer is essentially what the facehugger alien does.
Oh.
It attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of
No, I don't like this. No, I don't want to know more. Bricky, I don't want to. Bricky, my man. It gets worse. I don't want it to get worse. I want it to get less. I want to know less about it.
of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of a hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a gene stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a gene stealer hybrid look more like the gene stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40K, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a gene stealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the gene stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population. And honestly, it sounds great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However,
just remember, no one is worse than the Drukari. Oh, brother. Just remember, the worst man you know is still out there. And he's turning people into chairs. This is happening here on Earth, as we know it. Oh, there's definitely no gene stealer cults on Earth. Pan. Mods. Sees that, man. So just so I have it right, the gene stealers, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. They basically impregnate you with an embryo. I hate using that term, but it's correct. And then that turns you into a hybrid. They said give birth, which I don't want to know how that happens. Thank you for streaming. Ah, thank you. That's so kind. Does it either turn you into... I guess that part I was a little unclear on, and I don't really want to know, but I guess I should know. You don't become a hybrid, your children will be, though. Oh, okay. So your hybrid slowly becomes more and more passing for that race until they can blend in and then infiltrate the society. Gene Stealer is a Tyranid. The faction is one guy, big smooch, a bunch of people, and then those people breed. Years and years go by. And you get more human passing you, your subspecies. They're getting mating pressed, and the children become sewer people, believing in the star gods. Oh. How lovely. You don't become a hybrid, your children will be, though. So you will survive the breeding process? Because when that was what looked like a human man that got the embryo put in him, and I don't know how he's going to give birth to that. And I'm going to be honest, I don't want to know how. I don't need to know how. I just want to know if you survive the childbirth process of a gene stealer. Because my thought is probably not. First gen hybrids are nightmares. Third generation looks almost human. After the third generation, they give birth to so-called pure blood gene stealers. So Gen 1 is human. Gen 2 is weirdos. Gen 3 is more human. Repeat. Gen 50 is human. Oh, so it's not that like you become more human passing over the course of your lifetime. It's that your descendants become more human passing. I see. Understood. They don't see each other as the photo on the screen. But to them, they all look beautiful. Oh. Gene Stealer just sits there stealing denim. Okay. Understood. Thank you. That was my one big question. It's a multi-generation plot to turn the planet into a NID beacon. Okay. Go. I understand. Thank you.
However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the brood mind activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the broodmine, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking. The original gene stealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But
if you think about it, it really is like a real cult because it's a generational brainwashing, if you really think about it. Essentially, they want to create more passable people to infiltrate society. Oh, gene stealers are Tyranid horticulturalists. Earth does not have a gene stealer infection. Yeah, it's a multi-generation plot to turn the planet into a NID beacon. You just copy and pasted Cat Robot's comment. I was like, Pan, how did you know that? You just copy pasted. Oh, Lord. Oh, you said Nid Bacon. I see now. I see what happened. Understood. Panified it. Pan happened.
as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world, and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant redeployment of gene stealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the gene stealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planets, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of gene stealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The gene stealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an alien presence.
Oh my god, that scared me so bad. I thought it was my computer. No, it was Bricky's. Understood. The bubs keep telling me to short the Bible, but I don't fucking know what either of those things mean. Oh lord. Also remember that they take over all facets of society, so also farming and trading. They spread their affliction in all kinds of different words. There's a line in every history book that says, and then Pan happened. Also, it's a very Tyranid thing, is they always have 6 limbs, I think. Someone correct me, but the Gene Stealer cults have 5. Because they're imperfect and not Tyranids. I see. They just don't work on orcs, as they make orcs that are too placid and calm, so other orcs crump them. I see. I did instinctively go to click on it. I know, I was like, ugh! My computer! You're so lost? Alright, Pan, let me try to walk you through this. At the corners of our galaxy are awful aliens that are coming to eat our whole entire galaxy, and they're called Tyranids. Okay, never mind. And that's all you get to know, Pan. Goodbye. Wait until the end.
To provide a manifesto on reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining lasers, drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyranid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die.
He's also a fucking
Yet even
prick.
in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of
He's
carnage,
so small!
and slaughter, and the
Bricky, when did you get that
of
tiny?
everlasting gods. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Bricky. Wow, I feel like I learned so much, and I've definitely forgotten a lot too. Whee! Thank you, Bricky! Let's I know, I just like was watching the quotes, reading everything, and be like, and then I looked down, he was 2 inches tall. All right, guys. We actually made it through. It only took 5 hours. Give us a shorthand of everything. Okay. All right. Let me go over here. Shwa! I need some musica. What musica should I put on? I sent you 2 videos to end on after. One is music. I'm getting messages. Wow. Okay. So the shorthand for everything. What's the difference between Gork and Mork? Mork will hit you when you don't see it coming, and Gork will hit you when you do see it coming. That's the difference. There you go. I remembered it. Are you impressed? What's the difference between Grok and Crack? One is a terrible AI and one is a brand of shoes that many people hate. I am, thank you. Riddle and Gun, and the other one is Cunning and Riddle, and she bloody nailed it. Thank you so much. Oh wait, okay. Let's recap before we go back. Do I have to recap both videos for Pan? He was here last time too, right? Okay, so when Warhammer 40K is kind of the origin of grim, dark fiction in general. So before you go into it, you have to know that everyone is some different flavor of terrible, and things are so bad everywhere for everyone all the time. Way long ago, there were these gods called the Older Ones, and if I'm being so for real, I don't remember too much about them, but there was this one race of aliens called Necrontyrs, who were being irradiated with a horrible, terrible bone cancer, and their life expectancy was trash. And they went to the older the older gods were like, hey, can you help us? The old ones. They went to the old ones and were like, hey, can you please help us and like fix this? And they went LMAO, LMFAO. No. So then the Catan, which were a different race, walked up to them and they're like, hey, that's kind of fucked up that the old ones over there said no. Why don't you join us? We're going to take them down, and also we can totally help you live longer. Just walk into our spooky furnaces over here. And then the Necrontyrs went, interesting. Their leader is Zazik. Went, you know what? I think so. I think it's like Zarek or something. I think I've beefed his name totally, but I love him. I just don't remember his name very well. He went, interesting, yes. All of you, Zarek. Zarek went, yes, we're all going to walk into the furnaces together. So they walked into the very spooky furnaces, and you'll never believe what happened to Pan. The Necrontyrs did become immortal, but they lost their souls because the Catan ate them. Because it turned out that the Catan they were talking to was actually known as the Deceiver. And it turns out you shouldn't believe a guy called the Deceiver. They ate up their whole souls like they were little granola bars. And the Necrontyrs became Necrons because I guess they lost the tier part because it was attached to their soul. So they lost their souls and became kind of like mindless slaves in a bit. But technically they're immortal now. Congrats! But you did get tricked and deceived and you got your souls eaten. So then they were used by the Catan to help fight the old ones and kill them. But then the Catan went, I love fighting so much. Wait a second, we can fight each other! So then they decided to fight each other. And then the Necrons went, oh, wait a second, wait a second, we can get free! So they turned against them and killed them all. Then the Necrons were looking around and went, oh, shit's kind of fucked around here. You know what we should do? Let's hibernate. Let's take a long nap because they're so iconic for that. And Zarek went, I literally doomed all of you guys into getting your soul eaten. I'm gonna go sit in a void and exile myself. And he's still sitting in that void and I miss him so bad. Justice for Zarek. He was deceived by a guy literally called the Deceiver. Like, that's not your fault, King. But he did doom everyone into getting their souls slurped up. So, like, I get it. He came back. Hey, their name is literally the Decepticons. Am I the only one who's noticed? He big fight now because he saw Tyranids. It's true. Now, the Necrons did take a hibernation, but the problem is they slept for a little too long, and now they're really worse off for having that big hibernation. And also, the world they woke up in is mad fucked up. So they probably shouldn't have taken a hot nap, but they saw the prices and were like, let's sleep this off. They probably shouldn't have gone to bed, but they super did. Then we got into another part of the Warhammer universe is this place called the Warp Pan. Now, the Warp is very important. It is a sea of souls, basically. It is also, it is, because it is a sea. You know, like in One Piece, how the sea has big old sea monsters lurking underneath? So does the Warp. Because it's a sea, there's giant sea monsters in it. And horrors beyond all comprehension. So it's very dangerous to go into the Warp. However, the Warp is also very important for you traversing space. And if you are psychic, you draw your powers from the Warp. Now, 40K is One Piece. The One Piece is real. Everything's canonical in Warhammer, and thus that means that the One Piece is real in Warhammer. Now, because you draw your psychic powers from the Warp, that means at all times you're opening up your mind to about 1 billion voices, but don't worry about that. You're totally gonna be fine. You're totally gonna be fine. Movie will find the One Piece, and it's just 12th edition Warhammer Codex. Now, in the Warp, because it's kind of like reality bending, there are chaos gods that also exist in there. There were 4 chaos gods. One of them is called Nurgle, which is the god of rot and decay, and a lot of other concepts, but we'll keep it to 2 to keep it simple. There is Khorne, which is the god of blood and murder. And there is Tzeentch, which is the god of deception and also like hope and change. And then I kept it. Oh my god, I broke my rule. It's 3 concepts now. And then a 4th one comes into being because of a certain other species called the Eldar, or the Eldari. Now the Eldari, you would love them, Pan, because their fashion is atrocious. They wear all kinds of clashing patterns because the Eldari are space elves, basically. And they're super cool and can do all these things, like basically just decide not to age by thinking to themselves, like, I don't want to age anymore, so they don't. But what happens is, because they are so cool in so many ways, they become like the personification of decadence and overindulgence, and basically just want more and more and more and more. And the sheer like power of that decadence and overindulgence spawns a chaos god, because they are flooding the warp with these thoughts and feelings, and reality can affect the warp just as the warp can affect us. So they birth a chaos god called Slaanesh. Slaanesh is the god of like decadence, overindulgence. Also lust is in there. Basically, like, Pan, if you went out, you know how your uncle collects shoes, Pan? That's feeding Slaanesh right now. Every time your uncle buys another pair of shoes for his hoard, Slaanesh is fed. That's crazy, right? Look at DNS. They're still in the 90s primary color era of 40K. It's true. I shall eat the shoes. Now that would also feed Slaanesh, so you're in a catch-22, Pan. You know how you collect misunderstandings? Feeding Slaanesh. You know how I love eating these jellies? I'm feeding Slaanesh. Now, what happens is that Slaanesh eats the Eldari. Not all of them, but Slaanesh gets a little hungry and goes, you know what, I'm gonna slurp on up most of you guys. Slaanesh eats 99% of the Eldari. So then the remaining Eldari, the small amount of Eldari left, split into 2 factions. One of which is the Craft World Eldari, which are basically just trying to do their best to stay alive and not get slurped up by Slaanesh. And the other half is the Drukhari, which are God's worst children ever in the whole of the Warhammer universe. Because the Drukhari have figured out that in order for Slaanesh to not eat them, they will feed Slaanesh by torturing every other living being in the universe. So, the less you look at the Drukhari, the better. Then we also go into the Imperium of Man, of course. There are humans in Warhammer, it turns out. Isn't it amazing? They're being led by this one guy called the Emperor, who's about like 24 feet tall, so how human is he really? I don't know, I'm kind of a hater of this guy, but we can get into why. He's got 19 children that become the Primarchs, so they're kind of like the head of his military legions. They have their own different little factions that are spread out upon creation, but then he does his best to gather them back up because he's preparing for this big old war. And he's kind of a dick to all of them. He's the world's worst father, and I hate that about him. Now, people out here, Emperor defenders, will say that he's doing his best for humanity, but the thing is, he thinks in terms of acceptable losses, and for some reason it always comes at the cost of humanity. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? I hate the Emperor. He also claims that he hates it when people try to worship him as a god, but you know what happens? Out there, Pan, is a cult called the Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, there are people who believe that, oh, I almost dropped everything in the world. There are people that believe machines have souls, and there is a machine god that they worship. They see the Emperor coming, and they go, that's our Jesus. Finally, he's here. Our Jesus has come down to us. Because look at this fine specimen of a man. He must be our Jesus. And the Emperor goes, okay. If that will make you useful to me, I will let you believe this. So is he really anti-people worshipping him? I don't know. Pressing X to down on that. He sure let the Adeptus Mechanicus worship him, but whatever. Anyways, he needed the Adeptus Mechanicus because they're kind of really good at building things. But the Adeptus Mechanicus, because they are a cult, surrounding machines have a lot of weird rules around them. Like, you're not allowed to invent things. Everything that needs to be invented already has a blueprint out there floating around in space on these things called SDCs. That part's not really important, Pan. Don't worry about that. But the point is, if you discover another blueprint just out there in space, you will be loved by them because they can't invent anything because that's heresy. Yippee! But the Emperor does a lot of things. He makes a legion called like the Thunder Warriors. Then he goes, you guys aren't cool enough. I'm gonna kill all of you, and then we're gonna make a better version of you called the Space Marines. And then this is honestly the part I was least interested in, but the Space Marines are these really cool, like, soldier guys who are very, very strong. But even then, Pan, even then, the Emperor was secretly being like, once everything's over, I'm gonna fucking kill those guys, alright? Don't tell them, though. I'm gonna get rid of them. So he makes an even stronger thing called the Adeptus the Custodians. I couldn't remember the Custodes. Adeptus Custodes. The Adeptus Custodians. You, Pan. You're in Warhammer. To basically clean up. Thank you. He makes the Adeptus Custodians who are kind of like his bodyguards. Yeah, they're his bodyguards, but they also are meant to kind of clean up after everything and enact his plan. So they are meant to, like, be able to fight the Primarchs and the Space Marines and all that, but it never really happens. For those who don't know, Pantakio's lore is he is a janitor. It's true, he's a space janitor, so he's literally an Adeptus Custodes. What happens, though, is that one of the Emperor's children, called Horus, has what I like to call Horus's really bad day that spans over the course of hundreds of years, where he slowly is being poisoned by his subordinates and also chaos energy. He got a mind dagger. He has a really bad day, and he finds out the chaos gods exist, and Big Papa never told him about that. And you know what? A little betrayal sounding really good right about now. So Horus grabs half of his siblings and goes, what if we were evil and we fought back against Dad? And they went, that's a good idea. And they turn evil, and they become, they work for Chaos now, basically. They start working for Chaos, and they're not too original with their names because they take their portion of the Space Marines and they just call them the Chaos Space Marines. So again, copy my homework, but don't make it look too obvious, you know what I'm saying? They fight back against the Emperor, and the Emperor goes, ah, shit, my son is causing a big kerfuffle over there. But one of his other sons FaceTimes him from the warp, and it turns out you're not supposed to FaceTime people from the warp, and it opens up his world to a lot of danger. So then Big Papa has to sit on his throne with a shotgun and shoot all the demons coming by. And it turns out you can't go slap your son when you gotta sit on your porch with a shotgun. So he goes, hey, my friend, Malk. I don't remember your full name, Malk. Can you sit on my throne for me while I go slap my son? And Malk goes, got it. Malk fucking dies. Malkador fucking dies while he does, because he shouldn't have sat on that throne, but whatever. The Emperor goes, slaps his son Horus. The chair was too spicy. Malkador in the middle. He really was in the middle, Pin. You don't know how real that was. The Emperor goes to slap Horus. He literally obliterates Horus to the subatomic level, Pan. That's how much he got mad at his son. He's like, you are not allowed to exist, even a particle. But the thing is, Horus does a pretty good stabbing routine. He stabs him. And the Emperor goes, oh god, I'm gonna fucking die. Goes back, finds out that Malk is fucking dead, sits back on the throne, and passes away. But the Imperium of Man figure out how to hardwire his corpse into the throne. So don't worry, Dad's still sitting on the porch with his shotgun shooting demons. He is a corpse, though, and don't look at him, and don't worry about it. His corpse is shooting the demons still. Don't even worry about it. He's dead, but is he really? Is anyone ever really dead in Warhammer? Horus is, unless... No, he's dead, unless... So that's what's currently happening in the Imperium of Man. The Emperor is fucking dead, but he's also not. And what's happening is that they're keeping him alive because if kind of alive, they're powering his corpse to protect them because if they don't, they are definitely doomed. Now... There are still other races around in Warhammer. Because there's about 1 million things trying to kill each other and fight each other dead. I've been going on for 20 minutes. Pan, are you still with me, by the way? I haven't lost you, right? I haven't lost you? No, Bricky. I'm just checking the first video to see if I've lost. You're still following? Okay, great. The only other thing I kind of haven't gone over is the Imperial Guard, Imperial Knights. I don't think it's important to you. There's also this League of Space Dwarves I'll go over briefly. Basically, when things were going bad on Earth, there were these dwarves who went, oh shit, we gotta go. So they grabbed the AI, the original AI. They get on a spaceship, they leave Earth, and they go to a galactic core. Now, you might wonder what that is. Don't worry about that, Pan. That's not on the test. And then they go, oh my god, watch this. This is gonna be my sick copying trick. And then they have the AI copy them over and over and over and over and over again. Just Control-C, Control-V, until the AI fucking overloads and starts spitting out corrupted copies. But that's okay, because kin is kin, and the dwarves are like, hell yeah, brother, you're part of me, no matter what. Now, the humans look at the dwarves and go, you guys aren't humans, because the humans I know, points at the Emperor, is 24 feet tall. You're too short and stout to be a human. And I don't know what you are. And all the dwarves now look different because of the various corruptions, and they go, I don't know what you are, but you must be various races. But the League of Votan is what the space dwarves are called. They're like, they don't know. Kin is kin. Nobody tell them. It's gonna be so funny. Don't tell them what we are. Also, because we're gonna get in fucking trouble and they'll kill us because we took the AI. So they're still like engaging in trade and everything with other species around the universe, but they're not telling anyone because they don't want to fucking die. But they are also a little crazy because everyone in Warhammer is a little crazy. Anyways, moving on. So then what we did today is we got into the Chaos Space Marines. I kind of already went over them, but basically there's like dark versions of evil versions of a lot of things I just mentioned. Like there's evil Space Marines. They live in the warp. They're evil. And they're now basically either working just for the sake of chaos and they don't really devote themselves to any of the chaos gods, or they are specifically devoted to specific chaos gods like Nurgle, Khorne, the ones I mentioned earlier. Pan, you remember. It's on the test. You'd remember, right? And they kind of have different goals if they're affiliated with different chaos gods, but generally they want to kill the Imperium of Man. They want to burn it to the ground and then do it better. And I hate to tell them, it's not going to go better, but don't tell them that. There's also like the Dark Mechanicum. You remember the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Tech Priests. They're evil Tech Priests, and you'll never believe what the evil Tech Priests do, Pan. They invent things. Dun dun dun! Evil! I can't believe it. The inventors are evil! And also, they like to shove demons into machines. And then what they do is they irritate the demons to make them better machines. So they go, let me go repair this machine and also poke the demon with a stick so it gets angry so then it'll kill people better. And I just think you would be really great at that job, Pam, because you would be a professional rage baiter. You would, yeah, exactly. Pan, you would love to be a dark mechanic, and part of the Dark Mechanicum, because you would go, okay, let me go fix this toaster and then poke the demon inside so it toasts my bread better. Because the demon's gonna get so pissed off and be like, fuck yeah! And that's how your machine works better. Why isn't it in a cage? Because growled at me. So then we moved on to the Adeptus Custodes. Like I said already, they were the Emperor's bodyguards. They still are. They're guarding his dead corpse. But the thing is, they're kind of like the elite in a shonen manga, and they get sidelined because they're just too strong. They're just too strong. It's like Gojo and Jujutsu Kaisen, who gets boxed for all of it. So they were following the Emperor's will, and now the Emperor's fucking dead. And so they're just kind of standing there guarding him, being like, I see what's happening, and I'm not gonna do a damn thing to stop it. That's what I took away from that, but we already went over them, so I don't have to go over that. The Emperor still isn't dead. This is still heresy. Don't worry about it. No. We do a little heresy around here. I fuck the Emperor. But not literally. I hate that guy. There's another species called orcs. Pan, they are the green orcs you're thinking of. And the thing about the orcs is that they are lads. They're football lads. They're mates. They're the boys. The boys! Orcs are basically here to have a good time fist fighting shit. So they're literally like football enjoyers. UK football enjoyers. They wanna have a little riot in the streets for their favorite football team for fun. They're pirates, exactly. They're also like fungi, so they spread by just kind of if you kill them, they will still, like, their spores will explode all over the place and you have more orcs. Congrats! There's orcs everywhere. The orcs are just dudes from Manchester, England. Exactly. Orcs want to fuck shit up and have a good time. They are also imbued with incredible psychic power to the point where if one orc believes something really hard, it'll change a little something. But if you have 1,000 orcs believing in something, reality will change. They are fighting. Also, if you have a legion of orcs in a called it's called a WAG, they are so incredibly strong. They are literally powered up by the power of friendship and also belief. I love them. They're having a great time. Leave them alone. Their favorite thing is when people will fight them really well. They don't mind dying. Something that is really good at fighting and can kill them really well, they love that. They really love that. With quotes, it is oversimplified, but she is a rog. She is a rog, you two. Just like the Emperor. It's all about friendship and love. And I have to karate chop you in the neck. We're anti-Emperor around here. Moving on from the orcs, I think you get it. Love to fight. The big green Emperor. But basically they can make really jank technology that shouldn't work, but because they think it should work, it will work. That's the oversimplified version of it, but whatever. Then we gotta get to the Agents of Imperium, which are just like a hodgepodge group thrown into one, where it's like some people had some cool ideas for things and then didn't have a faction to throw them in, so here's where the leftover squad goes. So then you get like the rogue traders who run around the galaxy charting stuff and have cool privileges because they do really important work. You get the Inquisition, which I think you can guess what the Inquisition is. You know about the Inquisition, right? And then you get like assassins. Orcs can believe things and happening is a huge pain point for the fans when people simplify it. But consider it's a good starting off point. I'm sure it is frustrating because I'm sure there's like a lot more interesting lore that goes into it. But for an overview video, I think it's pretty nice because, like, honestly, if they'd gone too much into it during like that specific video, I don't think it would have sunk in. But I'm interested in learning more about it in its own separate video. I sent orc technology as the third video. It's 7 seconds long. Uh-oh, it's a vine. It takes so long to properly explain. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I think the most Bricky could have done is said, like, this is overly simplified. I'll go more into it in a different video. I think he did. He might have said that. It's been a while. It's been 5 hours. I'm doing so well. Thank you. Then we get into the Adeptas Sororitas, which are when we get into a really troubling time in the Imperium of Pan. We're getting into the really troubling time of the Imperium of Man, where it would take too much time and effort, but basically there was a thing that happened, and now people believe that the Emperor is literally a god to be worshipped. Now, the Emperor, again, would have claimed to not like this, but again, I'm pressing X to doubt on that with the whole Adeptus Mechanicum thing, but whatever. But now people have literally started worshipping the Emperor as a god. And now there is a... Shall I call it a cult? There's a religious order surrounded around that, the Sisters of... What were they called? The Sisters of something. But they're called the Adepta Sororitas. They are battle nuns. They consider a lot of things heresy. If I tried to claim the Emperor is dead, they would think that's heresy. If I said, hey, he's kind of a fucked up guy, they would kill me. Sisters of Battle. They are trying to enact his will, while also purging a lot of non-believers and things that just generally go against what he would want. So it's becoming very cult-based religion. An ecclesiastical society. The Imperium is becoming very upsetting. I believe, I'm trying to remember all of them. Honestly, my brain's gonna explode if I try to go into the Adeptus Sororitas. But they kind of have beef with everyone because, and you can basically, this is an oversimplification, they have beef with everyone because none of you are the Emperor and you're not good enough. If you don't worship him, you're fucking dead. You're fucking dead. So they hate like unsanctioned psychers because they're not going along with their society. They hate everybody. It would be easier for me to list who they don't have beef with. They don't have beef with the Adeptus Custodes. Because they're guarding the Emperor. And that's about it. They also occasionally have beef with each other because sometimes the sisters go, wait a second, what if we're wrong? And then they dress up in these weird thong outfits and then they have to get tortured until they believe again. It's super definitely not a cult. Don't worry about it. Now, stepping away from the Imperium of Man, because I would love to get away from them. There was another alien race called the Tau Empire. They're kind of like a bunch of fish people, and they have a very simplistic goal. Everything they do is for the greater good, which means that we are always moving forward. So they are constantly trying to conquer and assimilate everything into them so that you are welcomed into their race. You're welcome, you Pan. A human are welcome. It doesn't matter if you want to or not. You are welcome. So you are going to become part of them because everything is becoming part of them for the greater good. Welcome, Pan. Welcome to the Divine Realm. You are now part of the Tau because it is all for the greater good that you all become one unified front under the Tau Empire for the greater good. They also have a lot of cool mechs and Gundams, and it's really dope, and I want to be part of the Tau, frankly. In the grim dark future of the 40th millennia, there is no moderation. True! Did you say no with finality? You are already dead as a rail shot travels. Help, girl. Following that, there is then, but as we were mentioning earlier, Pan, on the outer corners of the galaxy, of the universe, as an alien race that is drawing closer to us. Why? Well, you know what? There's a million reasons. Just pick one. There's a million reasons why we could have caught notice of these alien guys. They're called Tyranids. And these guys are hungry. Now, we've had Star Eaters before. The old ones, they loved to eat them. I think it was the Catan. The Catan were the Star Eaters. We've had Star Eaters before. We've had things that eat all kind of things. We have the Tau. You could think of that as a metaphorical eating. They're eating everyone and making them part of them. The Tyranids are eating they're just eating and nothing is left behind afterward, and the whole of the universe will be, they can eat the fucking ocean, they can eat the fucking air. If they can eat the fucking air, Pan, what's gonna happen to you? The Tyranids conquer and eat and will leave absolutely nothing behind. And they're eating to make more Tyranids, exactly. They will occasionally take over a planet to then make like breeding pools and make more of them. More occasionally though, they're just eating biomass to fuel making more and more Tyranids. But can they eat green eggs and ham though? Yes. They can eat the color green, Pan. Hi, Viper Boy. And part of Tyranids is Tyranids are these big alien monsters, right? They are connected to this gigantic psychic force that is known as the hive mind. And what's really funny is that the Tyranids running around on these planets eating things have these little things called synapse monsters, which are kind of like their Bluetooth connection back to the hive mind. So all their little like soldiers you could think of are constantly being updated with new knowledge and new everything that the hive mind knows. Now all their little soldiers in the field know. Another interesting part of the Tyranid society is that they have these things called gene stealers. You're not wearing jeans, are you, Pan? They're gone now. They've been stolen. Gene stealers go from, the worst part is hive mind has minimal latency. I wish I could have earbuds like that. Yo, where the hive mind get this Bluetooth from? The worst part, not the worst part. Another part is like the gene stealers. The gene stealers go undercover planet by planet and they impregnate things. Not in that kind of way, but they put an embryo into various life forms. They give birth to those children. They look a little fucked up. They keep making more and more generations that become slowly more and more human passing or whatever other race passing, right? And then the ones that look the most human passing will then infiltrate our societies and start propagating a cult. And usually the cults, the gene stealer cults, you look they say things that are pretty appealing, you know, like a cult would. But what they are doing is preparing the planet to be eaten by the Tyranids. So they are slowly winning people more and more over to their cause and creating a beacon through space for the Tyranids that is like, hey, dinner is served, come and get us. And then the Tyranids come and eat all of the planet while the gene stealer fucks off and goes and finds another planet to go start the cycle over again. Yippee! So you're telling me they went to college to get more knowledge? Sure! Not baby ways, but genetic alteration kind, exactly. And that is a very brief summary of what I've watched 3.5 hours about. And now you know about as much as I do about Warhammer. Thank you so much for the follow, pianist. There's a chapter of Space Marines that encounter gene stealers and weren't infected but resisted the hive mind, but they can still hear the hive mind, so they wear special hoods to block its powers. Obviously, I simplified a lot of things, and there's a lot of things I glazed over, like that I wasn't maybe personally interested in, like the Imperial Knights and all that. I don't remember. Apparently, I thought they were interesting. Apparently, I need to go back and rewatch that, but that was probably when my mind was starting to glaze over. I'm not really big into militaristic stuff. So, Knights, yes. Guards, no. Okay. I need to go back and rewatch that then, because I think the guards, my mind wiped me. But admittedly, I do find, like, the alien stuff much more interesting than the Imperium of Man. Oh, right. The giant mechs with cities on their back. Oh, yeah, I did like them. There's a lot of different little... but congrats, Ben. Now you're indoctrinated into Warhammer. Now, if I send you things, you should be able to recognize them, right? If I send you a little quiz, you'll be able to answer it. You can now legally write fanfic. Did you learn about Death Corps of Krieg? No, definitely not. That is, whew, wow, I'm really feeling the collective just trying to do that summary of Warhammer. I've got what I can only describe as my own mind dagger in my head, you know what I mean? I'm starting to feel it. I like Krieg. I don't think Suzune will. I tend to not jive with the brutality of it all. Yeah, so if there's a lot of brutality involved, I probably won't jive with it too bad. I do really like the Xenos. I like... People are... Okay, let me also recap what I like. Obviously, top number one still for me is the Necron Tears and Necrons. I love them. And I miss them every day. Number two... Number two might be Orcs. I found them kind of funny. They're pretty funny. Let's go. Wag! They were pretty funny. I miss you. I love you, Corey. Choo, 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 choo. You've lost me to Warhammer. Number three, honestly, it might be a tie, because I really liked the Tau. I found them pretty interesting, but I also admittedly find the Eldari pretty interesting. So it could be a cross between Eldari and Tau. Yeah, you dodged my 40-minute recap. Was it really 40 minutes? Holy shit. It felt like nothing. And then number 4, I guess 5, since I have 2 things to... No, I don't think I'll go any further than that. But I do find a lot of... Yeah, number 1 is Necron tiers / Necron. Number 2 would be Orcs. And then number 3 is Tau tied with Eldari. Yeah, I like them. As you'll notice, none of those are humans. The humans are pretty low, I've got to say. I'm admittedly not too interested in them. I am more interested in the Adepta Sororitas than I thought I would be. I did find them pretty interesting. I want to learn more about Celestine. I found her very interesting. The way that Bricky described her. Like, yeah, that's how you can tell I've been hanging out with Pam. Sororitas. The Adepta Custodes, I guess I find kind of interesting, but like I said, it seems like they're just kind of benched, like in a shonen manga, so I don't know how much I would really get into them. Also because, like, the most I would think I would learn about them is just power scaling stuff, so I don't think Adeptas Carnitas. What do you mean you're interested in this human? Specifically to the downfall of the Emperor. You're so right, Daya! I'm interested in one thing specifically, and we gotta kill that fucking guy. You're an honorary Latina? Sonic the Hedgehog! Finally. He'll notice me. Oh my god. It's everything I ever wanted. Thank you. Blood for the Blood God! I do find the Chaos Gods pretty I like the Warp a lot as well. Oh, I like Psychers. That's not true. I do have a few things of the Imperium of Man I find interesting. I found the Navigator interesting. The Navigators. Most of the things we've seen in Rogue Trader I find pretty interesting. I find the Warp interesting. I find the Navigator interesting. I find most things associated with the Warp interesting, because I also find the Psychers interesting as a result. So yeah, anything Warp related typically catches my attention. So because the Tyranids interfere with the Warp, I did get minorly interested in them. Was there a Grey Knight section, and did Bricky mention how they have a rule about how if it ever looks like the Emperor will come back to life, they will kill him themselves? What? I might be a Grey Knight. Get me in there! Get me in there! I want to kill him! Yeah! Listen, I loved Angron. One of the Emperor's sons, Angron, was a slave gladiator who had a chip shoved in his brain, right? And he could only feel the emotion rage, and if he felt any other emotion, he was in intense agony for it. And the Emperor was like, come back home, and he went, no, I actually have to help my homies with a revolution. And I want to see them through. They're like my best friends and family, and I have to be here with them. And then on the day that they were set to fight, the final day of their battle, their long-fought battle, that's when the Emperor fucking teleported him back. And he had to watch all of his friends die! They died without him there! Because of the fucking Emperor! As they were fighting! And ever since, I've wanted the Emperor dead in the ground. He treated his children so bad. But he was great to the Adeptus Custodes, apparently. What about the Primarchs? What about his children? Listen, I can forgive a lot of things, but I can't forgive being a shitty dad. I can't forgive being a shitty dad. Oh my god, lore. Oh yeah! Corvus Corax. I need to learn more about him. Because if he were to come back to life, he'd be like the 5th Chaos God. So the Demon Hunter, Space Marine, Grey Knights. We'll put him down if it looks like he'll go back up. Oh, I heard about that. A lot of people were saying if I killed him for good, he might come back as a Chaos God. And I said, well, I don't want that. But god damn it, I want him dead in the ground. Did he mention Karn? No. No, there's definitely a lot of lore still left to get into. Oh, Pan, I forgot I could do this. You might like this. Don't worry, I noticed the spelling difference. I can also munch. So typically if I'm eating something, I go. was on mobile. Yeah, I can buff my cheeks. I can also change my expressions. Where are my expressions? I'm angry. I'm sad. Why would you say this to me? Somewhere around here is my... Oh, Jesus. I'm surprised! I'm confused? I'm surprised! I'm smug. You don't even fucking know the difference between the craft world and the Drukari. Scrub. And then there's my scheming. And then I have tears here somewhere, but I've forgotten where they are. There's my blush. Is this my tears? Ah, here's my tears. Why would you say that to me? That's so fucked up. And I think that's it. I had a lot of different toggles. Oh, I can do this. Yippee! Woo! Those are all my toggles. I love them. I love this model. Yippee! I like to show it off whenever I can. I know a lot of you have seen it already, but I do love this model a lot. I also do have a happy expression, but honestly, it looks the same as most of mine. Hang on. I'm happy. Can you tell? Watch. I'm happy. It's very, very subtle, so I don't really use it that much. I went ahead and roughly timestamped start, finish of your synopsis in my... Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Split it into many shorts for their own algorithms. Oh yeah, me talking about like different things. Karn the Betrayer is a champion of Korn and the only world eater Angron has ever listened to. My boy Angron? Yeah, I've definitely got different things in this, in the lore that I would be interested in learning more about. I have the Infinite and the Divine books. I kindly got that for me a long time ago, and now I know enough about the Necrons to the point where if I read it, I'll actually be able to follow along. So we'll be doing a book club stream at some point. Myself, Corey, and my friend Lady Kyella will be reading the book together and then going on stream to talk about it. We're also doing a Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader Let's Play. The Immortal and the Divine, thank you. I don't know why I keep saying the Infinite. The Immortal and the Divine. What was I saying? Oh, we're doing a... it is the Infinite. Oh! I was like, wait a second. Shit, I was saying it wrong all stream and no one ever corrected me. I knew something for once. Amazing. I love this. No, you're fine. Myself, my friend Lady Kyla, and Coriander are... I know, don't gaslight me. I'll believe you. Thank you for shouting out, Corey. Have you read Pride and Prejudice and Zombies? I haven't read it. I do have it, though. I own it, so I could read it, and we could do a book club stream about that as well. We're doing a Rogue Trader playthrough, Let's Play. We record it live in the Discord, so feel free to join the Discord to watch and comment. But we'll also be posting, I will be posting an edited version of the Let's Play on my YouTube channel. Along with that, I will probably play Gladius at some point. I would like to do more React streams at some point as well. I don't know when the next one will be. My brain's gonna explode at the moment. It's explodey a little bit. I'll probably not get into getting the figures though. People keep warning me against it and saying it's a very expensive hobby. You'll lose all your money, and I'm like, damn, you right. Only in 2 to 3 weeks with another Bricky video since I have Bricky's permission. It's true. Bricky also has a really good way of breaking things down into digestible concepts for me, which I really appreciate. I know some people, things are oversimplified, but I'm such a newbie of the oversimplification. I need it right now. It's not that expensive, it's just a lot if you do it all at once. Yeah. So I would say he's done a really good job of introducing me to Warhammer concepts, and then as I do a deeper dive, I have like a foundation I can build off of now. So thank you, Bricky, for your service. I really appreciate you. Whoa, my God, Saya! I also have a general idea now of where to look, like, for my personal interests. Like, for lore videos, I probably won't listen too much to Imperium of Man ones or Space Marine ones. I'm not too interested in them. But like the Xenos races, I will. Only oversimplified if you already know everything, and giving someone everything all at once isn't helpful. It's true. It's expensive for what it is, molded plastic, but the hobby is cheap as far as time you get out of it. That is also true. And no tea, no shade. If it gives you joy in life, do it. Do it. And show me pics when you paint them. I want to see. Let me live vicariously through you. But yeah, I think we're having a good time, getting a little into show me pigs. Oh, Pan, never change. I will convince her to join me and the boys in tabletop sim of the game to try it out one day or watch. This is true. I do want to get involved in the TTRPG one day. I, in general, want to play more TTRPG in my life. So if I find someone who's doing a Warhammer TTRPG group, I know you're talking about tabletop game, which is different. I know. I was just about to say it because I could feel you typing it. I know. The tabletop's different. I understand, but it reminded me of a different thing. There's also a TTRPG. I think it was based on Rogue Trader, if I'm not mistaken. There's also a TTRPG as well, because Warhammer's at everything that I want to get involved in. But I generally want to get involved in more TTRPG. Rogue Trader was based on it, yes. Ah, okay. It was the other way around. I have lots of models, but I've never played the TTRPG myself and want to learn. You put that in so many quotes. The game was based on the TTRPG. Ah, there we go. I had it backwards in my head. Corey's updating her wish list. Hey, Corey, what you doing over there? What'd you put on your throne? Gotta go look at it. Don't worry, it's for you. Oh, okay. Exciting. Hey, nothing. What did you put on there, Coriander? I need to know. Ah, it's more jellies. Yes. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun watching and listening along. She isn't out of jelly or anything. Corey? Did you eat all the jelly already? You got it last night. Corey? Corey, are you out of jelly already? Coriander, you got a whole box of it last night. She has another... Wow, so whoa, boy, I've been talking a while and my boots are tired. Am I right? I don't know. We gotta wrap it up, folks. We gotta wrap it up. But yeah, I will be doing another reaction stream in the future. I don't know when yet, but as always, if you ever want to know what my schedule is for the week, I post it across social media and also in the Discord server. Tomorrow I am not streaming. I usually do a Saturday stream, but tomorrow's my daddy's birthday. Yippee! So I'm gonna be spending the day with family, of course, celebrating him. I'm really excited. I'm gonna make him play Road to the Empress. Road of the Empress? That Chinese FMV game that got really popular. He loves the Chinese drama, and I wanted something that... Usually we pick either a game or a movie to watch all together. And since it's like half game, half movie, I'm really excited. It's Road... Is it Road to the Empress? Let me just double check. It's Road to Empress. There's no the even. So since it's half game, half movie, and they love Chinese dramas, they're gonna love it. I'm super duper excited. I am a variety gamer. Next week, I know for instance, I'm going to be playing Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes with my good friend Pantakio and Coriander. I'll also be playing more Elden Ring Seamless Co-op with my other good friend, Eliza, and maybe Corey if she's free. And I haven't decided what else I want to do next week yet. I think I had something in mind, but I can't remember. I'll get back to you. I have a whole day to decide. I have 2 whole days. Stop dying Warhammer! Road to Rhode Island. But we are also prepping for... Oh, shoot. I remember what else I was going to schedule. I need to contact one of my friends. Because I have something exciting coming up this month that I'm really super excited about. And I need to prep for it. We are also prepping for a Zeldathon starting in... Well, technically it's already started with Triforce Heroes, but it's just for fun. I just really love Zelda games. And my 2-year streaming anniversary is coming up at the end of May. So I really want to play Majora's Mask. One of my second favorite game in the whole entire world. For my 2-year streaming anniversary. And I'm going to play Zelda games every day of the month leading up to it. So we're going to start with Ocarina of Time, and then Legend of Mana Warhammer mod. You're just saying words now. And then we'll probably also play Minish Cap, Link Between Worlds. I think I was thinking of Wind Waker is also really popular. Oh, I wanted to do Echoes of Wisdom because that's one of the only Zelda games I haven't played. So it would be like a first time playing kind of deal. And then my favorite game, Legend of Mana, Diaband Yourself. Soul Link. Listen, Legend of Mana is my favorite game in the whole world, and Dia refuses to play it for me ever. So that's why he's getting banned for it. His crimes. Thank you, Dia. I stopped playing it for you. Thanks. Pan knows that he makes up stories for games too often and won't pay attention to the story, so it'll bother me a lot. You have refused. It's fine. Pan's a real one. He is. So that is everything to look forward to in the coming weeks. We also have another exciting thing that I can't talk about yet until the details are more solid, but look forward to it. I'll do an official announcement when it's ready. I'm so excited. I literally bought the game because you like it. Well, then why won't you play it? You keep telling me specifically it's still untouched on my computer. Also, it would be impossible for him to progress in the game because he would get lost in his mind. His ADHD. It's too powerful. What can we say? But I'm glad that you guys really enjoyed these streams. I have a great time. I didn't know how much meaningful dialogue I was really contributing to the conversation, but I know that people like seeing people react to their favorite things. So, he wants you to say, Dia, I am free at the moment. Hop in Discord and play. I'm not free. I've promised my Huigi that I will play Sunhaven with her. And I would go, okay, and then happily play, because it's still untouched. Thought you would appreciate the update on your favorite game. I'm gonna get you, Dia. I'm gonna get you, Dia. I already beat Echoes? Oh, did you? I thought you were streaming it. Or am I crazy? I don't even remember anymore. Dog, my memory is cooked. Yeah, boy! Elden Ring mod for Legend of Mana? Oh, God. We're just saying words now. We are just saying words. I beat it on... You beat it on launch? That's crazy, dog. Hey, that's crazy. I'm not looking around right now at all. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm not secretly looking around for people to harass or anything. Surprisingly good because I broke the game easily. How did you do that? Oh my god, Quinzai, thank you. It's time. We raid into Quinn. Oh yeah, she's playing with Kit. Okay, yeah, we're gonna raid both of them. That's 2 birds, 1 stone. I enjoy both of them. Oh my god, I'm following so many people that are live right now specifically. But thank you guys for joining. You really made it a fun time. And I am going to go do a lot of self-care because I've spoken for 6 hours straight. Again. And I need to go practice some self-care, which you all should do. Please do make sure to eat something, hydrate, take your meds consistently, and seek therapy. And I will not be live again tomorrow. Do not show up tomorrow. I will not be here. But I will be live again, I believe, on Tuesday. Tuesday should be the next time I'm live. No, Dio. You'll be there on Tuesday, right? Tuesday, isn't it? Yes, I should be live on Tuesday with Pan and no, Cat Robot. No. If I have to show up in chat tomorrow just to make sure you guys aren't here, I'm gonna have some words for you. Yeah, on Tuesday we're gonna have a stream with Pan and Corey. Yes, before our D&D. Don't worry, I won't stream during our D&D. And then we'll raid into Eliza if she's streaming. And then I'll run off to go play D&D. I've got a full Tuesday planned. Welcome back. All right. Like I said, make sure to eat something, hydrate, take your meds consistently, and seek therapy. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye, guys.